I watched a little bit of it, but I haven't finished it. But it seems kind of neat so far.
Yeah, it does this, and then like a Zoom part of it, then a whole bunch more.
Yeah.
Yeah, fun how
we did the entire CIP presentation in Teams.
Updating it and everything?
Yeah, updating. Yeah. Everyone was in the file at the same time. It was great because that way we could see what everybody was doing. See that glare behind me? It's the sunset.
As I said, the sun's right over your shoulder.
But my sound's okay, Crystal?
Mm-hmm. A lot better.
Okay. Maybe it helped to shut the door.
I think you're adjusting it. Did it too.
No, that too.
Yeah.
Is Mono there?
Yeah, he's in his office.
Okay.
Apparently there was a lot of updates on all these computers, so it's good that he came in early.
Yeah, I bet, because I haven't been on for. We hadn't had a planning commission in a while.
Yeah.
I think our next one is the one right after Memorial Day, the Tuesday after now.
Oh, did they cancel the Memorial Day? No, not Memorial Day.
Labor Day. I mean, I don't know. It's another day to stay home.
Yeah, because you can't go anywhere else.
Yeah.
It's all merged together.
I guess everyone's going to join everyone else is going to come in exactly at 7.
Crystal asked them to log in earlier.
Yeah, I know. She sent me an email this morning telling me to log in and change my background and all this other fancy stuff.
So I'll probably leave my video off until it's my turn.
Okay.
And we can turn Will's off too once he gets back. Hey, Will, you can turn your video off.
Oh, yeah, I will.
Crystal, just checking you can hear me when I go off mute.
I can hear you still.
Okay, I just put myself on mute, just checking.
Okay.
I guess I was in the waiting room.
Hi, sorry about that.
City Council successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency and Housing Authority. This is a regular meeting of August 24th, 2020. Would you please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Before we get started, I just have one change to the order of the agenda, and that is so that we don't break things up too much tonight. I would like to move number 6, council communications and announcements, and just combine it with number 10, which is additional council communications and announcements. We'll just take care of it all at once, and then we can just plow through the meat of the meeting. Is there any objection to that from my fellow council members?
Yeah, through the chair or Mr. Mayor. Yeah, not so much an objection. I did have one item that I just learned about today that I thought might be of general public interest. And frankly, by the time we're done and get to item 10 on the agenda, probably most people will be gone. So, I mean, if we could all agree to keep the comments really brief, I wouldn't mind, having some opportunity at the beginning of the meeting to do some council communications.
Well, why don't we do this? Does anybody else have anything that they, any other news that they wanted to talk about tonight? Sarah, Laura, Adam?
When you say news, just like updates from meetings we've had or things like that, or?
Correct.
I have one item, but I can do it at the end too. I'm happy either way. It can be brief. I can take me 1 minute or less.
Yeah. All right.
I'm the same.
Same, Laura? You're
One
okay?
item. Yeah, I have one item, but it can wait until the end.
All right. So, Mark, since yours, it sounds like it's something that we should talk about sooner rather than later. You just want to go ahead now, and then we'll move on with the presentations and the rest of the meeting.
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to. This just came to my attention late this afternoon that the city of Millbrae actually has launched I guess I would describe it as run by their Parks and Rec department, a process whereby people can enroll their school-age children in it, and it'll be managed and controlled in a very careful way to deal with the risk of infection. And it's not a large capacity thing, but I was just struck by the fact that they were doing something like that. And I hadn't heard of any other city in the county doing it. And, even if it doesn't scale, I just wanted to mention it because I think the public might be interested in it. And maybe at some point we think about looking into it ourselves.
I apologize, Mark. I had to step away just briefly. So if you could just give that to me one more time.
Sure. I just learned this afternoon the city of Millbrae, through their Parks and Rec department, has launched a small-scale service, by which parents can enroll their school-age children in a program that the city would be running, and that would allow them to do or participate in distance learning, presumably at some city-owned or rented facility, done in a controlled and regulated, from a medical point of view, fashion. So I hadn't heard of any other city doing anything like that. And I just thought the public might be interested in knowing that somebody was, and maybe we want to look into it at some point.
I think I'd probably want to know a little bit more about it before we have a long discussion.
Well, maybe it's something we could task staff to bring back to a future meeting just to learn more about it, because I literally just learned about it this afternoon.
Would you mind just gathering a few more details, and maybe we could put it on for agenda setting for the next meeting?
I will have, frankly, Ron, I mean, it seems like we could, if there was interest from the dais, which there may not be, we could ask staff to go do the research and bring it back. Not that I care about doing the work, it's just that would make it come back a little faster.
Yeah. Well, I think I'd probably want to defer to Jeff and see what the workload is right now.
Mayor Collins,
Yeah.
I'd be curious to take the COVID-19 update report from staff and then maybe talk about this at the end.
Okay, well, we've raised the question, so maybe we can revisit it when we get to that, when we get to the to item 10. And then we'll have a little bit more time.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The next thing we have is a proclamation commemorating the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage. It was 100 years ago on, I believe it was August 26th, which is on this coming Wednesday, that women got the right to vote. And this proclamation commemorates that. It took apparently 72 years for women in this country to get the right to vote, which is astounding when you think about it today. But it's today, or Wednesday, is going to be called Women's Equality Day, and it's going to annually commemorate the passage of the 19th Amendment on that day in 1920. Do my fellow council members, particularly the female council members, wish to add anything to this?
Yes, I just want to thank staff for organizing this and for Mayor Collins, your willingness to put this on the agenda tonight. It is on the shoulders of these women that made it such that I can participate in this capacity for our community, and I'm forever grateful for the courage that they showed over the many years to win the right for women to vote. Thank you.
Well said.
I'll chime in too. Thank you very much for marking this important day. I think it also bears repeating that, you know, it took many more years after that for women of color to be granted the right to vote. And in fact, it wasn't until the Voting Rights Act passed in 1965 that fixed many of the policies and practices that states had been using to limit the votes of African Americans and other targeted groups. So I think that this just is a great example of why we all need to turn out in November and use our right to vote. So thank you for commemorating this.
It's my pleasure, and I think that it's been a long time. That this is actually the first time since I've been on the council that we've had more than one woman on the council, and I think I've said before, you always bring a different perspective and a fresh perspective that men just sometimes just don't think of. So I think it makes us all stronger. Any other comments?
Through the chair, I did want to mention that we have Pat West-Smith with the Vice President of League of Women Voters with us tonight, who will be receiving this proclamation.
Great. Pat, did you want to say a few words?
Yes, I will. Hello, Mayor Collins and council members. I am Patricia West-Smith, Vice President of the League of Women Voters of North and Central San Mateo County. I am pleased to accept this proclamation on behalf of our league, whose membership spans San Carlos to Daly City and the coast. New members are always welcome in support of our mission of voter education and participation. Thank you for recognizing and celebrating the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment to our Constitution, giving women the right to vote, as well as the 100th anniversary of the founding of the League of Women Voters. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Pat. All right. Any other comments by my fellow council members?
Yes, through the chair, just briefly, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. I certainly agree with all the comments that were made previously, and I'm really glad Pat was here to be able to accept the proclamation, at least virtually. But, you know, I think it's really important to remember and focus in on something Sarah said. I was surprised to learn when I was reading about the 100th anniversary that it did not actually, in and of itself, give women the right to vote. What it basically said is that states could not restrict the right based on gender. And it took a lot of work beyond that, some of which, as Sarah pointed out, is still ongoing. And unfortunately, in our current environment, you know, there are efforts targeted at women. There are efforts targeted at lots of people who are not part of what's considered mainstream America, whatever that is. to suppress the ability to vote. And so we not only all need to be out there exercising our right to vote, but we probably all want to be out there making sure other people can exercise their right to vote too.
All right. If I can jump in too, Ron. Mayor, thanks for also putting this proclamation forward, and I appreciate that. I'm glad to help support this and to celebrate the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage. And as pointed out, the fight still continues to make sure that there are opportunities for everyone to vote and equal opportunities to do that. And I encourage everyone to get out and vote now, and we'll continue this fight. And thanks again for putting this forward. It's a good opportunity to celebrate it.
Ron, you're on mute.
You're muted, Ron.
Got it. Sorry, I apologize. I've been informed we do have a speaker that would like to speak on this item.
Yes, I believe so. Let me go and let them in. Good evening, caller ending in phone number ending in 219. Thank you for joining us tonight. I am unmuting you. Oops. Trying to unmute you. Let me see if I can. Okay, so you are unmuted. There you go. You are now unmute. You have 2 minutes to address the council, and you may begin. Okay, it looks like you just muted yourself. Caller ending in 219, you're calling in to make a public comment. If you're calling in to listen to the meeting, if you can go to our website, sancarlos.iqm2.com, you can watch the meeting there, or you can go to Comcast Channel 27 or AT&T Uverse Channel 99. That's how you would watch the meeting. So I'm going to, oh, okay, and I see you removed yourself. I think we're good. Thanks, Ron.
Okay. They're going to come back?
No, I believe they were trying to watch the meeting, so.
Oh, they were just trying to watch the meeting. Okay. All right. Next is public comment. This is for anybody wishing to address the council on items not on tonight's agenda. And we will set aside this time for that. Since we are really only going to have, well, really two major items, maybe what we'll do is we'll wait until those items come around. Right now, let's just take general public comments. Are there some speakers wishing to comment? Crystal?
I'm not seeing anyone calling in at this time.
Okay, so holding true to our form, why don't we, if someone does tune in later and does want to make a comment that's not on tonight's agenda, we will accommodate them at a convenient time.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on to the consent calendar. There are, what, about 8 items. Does anyone wish to pull any of those items from consent?
Through the chair.
Yes.
I don't necessarily need to pull it unless procedurally we do. I have a question on item 7E as in Edgar. And if it's easier to just pull it, I'll ask that we pull it.
Why don't you just go ahead and ask your question?
So it's a question probably for Rebecca, I would imagine, and that is or maybe Greg. I was just curious about, I noticed that one of the changes had to do with increasing temporarily and then decreasing the proportion of money that could be invested in certificates of deposit. And what I was curious about is why the text is two-step. I mean, because I can understand if they made a change and then sort of left it there, but they apparently made a change and said in a few years it's going to dial back to where it is today. It just struck me as a little bit odd. I was curious what that was for.
Good evening, Rebecca Mendenhall, Administrative Services Director. This change is just to put our policy in line with the state. So it was a state change done by the CDIAC. We don't currently have any investments in that category. We primarily only invest in LAIF and the county pool. So this is just to bring our policy in conformance with the states.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I had read that in the staff report, I guess. So, and it's fine if we don't know why the state chose to do that. Maybe we could just leave it as that could be something staff could get back to me on.
Okay. All right. If there's no other questions, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve City Council consent calendar items A through H.
Okay.
Second.
Crystal, roll call.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parmalohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay, moving on. Next is reports to council. We are going to have an update on the coronavirus pandemic. And that, I think, is that Jeff or Tara?
Unmute myself. Okay. Sorry about that. Crystal, I guess I have control. I'll give it my best shot. So this is an update from the last time we met. So that goes back till July 14th through today. I think okay. Slow down. Here we go. Just to provide an update, because there's been just so much focus on wildfires that I just thought I'd give you a chance to look at the current numbers, both statewide as well as San Mateo County. So without just reading you everything, we have 7,670 cases in the county, 128 deaths. And we have a positivity rate for those tested of 5.5%. So the county highlights of their actions since the 14th of July include a new health order, which the last update was on July 15th. The order expanded visiting procedures for long-term care facilities. Dr. Morrow has indicated his disagreement with the state's approach to punishing businesses rather than individuals for increasing COVID-19 numbers. The County Board of Supervisors established new legal rules concerning violations of health orders, including wearing masks, social distancing, and both individuals and businesses can receive these citations and fines. And the city is currently working on enforcement of these new orders. With regard to the state, the governor declared a statewide emergency due to the fires and extreme weather. And the current focus is wildfire response during COVID-19 pandemic. On July 13th, the state order closing indoor dining was still in effect and continues to this date. The state placed San Mateo County on its watch/monitoring list effective August 2nd. We continue to watch to see if we can be taken off of that list. Currently, we don't qualify because of the number of cases per 100,000 residents is over the threshold that the state has established. But there's good news in that we're starting to see more and more counties come off the list, so there is hope. The action that the current state order requires is that additional businesses were closing and remain closed, and that includes gyms, places of worship, non-critical offices, personal care services, hair salons, and shopping malls. Those services that can be provided outdoors in a safe environment are allowed with permits. Continuing on state action, this is the school highlights. So schools can't hold in-person learning while the county remains on the monitoring list. The county has released an application allowing schools and districts to request a waiver. Wow, I don't know what happened there. I'll go back if I can. Okay, maybe there's too many of us controlling this thing. One more, there we go. And then this action requires, okay, I apologize. Need to go to the school highlights. Hopefully it'll stay there. I don't know, it seems to be bouncing a little bit. I apologize for that. So the county released an application allowing schools and districts to request a waiver to bring K through 6th grade and of course pre-K students on campus for in-person learning. And the San Carlos School District Board will discuss possible action at its September 10th meeting. So I really apologize about the sensitivity of this. Okay, so we did reopen City Hall, but we had to close it again. We had returned to work on July 6th, but due to the increase in COVID-19 activity, both locally and statewide, City Hall was closed to the public at the end of business on July 21st. Most staff are working from home again who can work from home. A few are coming in to provide services that cannot be done remotely. Video and telephone appointments for city services can be scheduled through the city's website, which is provided here. Other city actions include the Laurel Street closure has been expanded to include some businesses forced to close their indoor operations, but that are allowed to reopen outdoors. And these businesses include barbers, hair salons, personal care services, and gymnasiums, that kind of thing. Walk your bike signs were added to minimize pedestrian and bicycle conflicts on the closed blocks of Laurel Street. And the Community Development Code Enforcement Services continue to coordinate Laurel Street closure enforcement efforts with the Sheriff's Office. Signage has been placed outside the Samtrans parking garage to notify the public that the upper floor is available for free daily parking. And the new Wheeler Plaza banner has been installed to remind the community that the garage is open to the public for parking. And the weekend bike loops continue to operate. All youth summer camps concluded on August 14th. We resumed a lunch program at the ACC, and they're serving lunch on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays for pickup or delivery. Block party permits have been issued. 2 applications have come through. The farmers market is resuming on the east side with plans to reopen on Sunday, September 6th. And staff continues to prepare and issue our weekly COVID-19 community support update. And with that, I can answer any questions that you might have.
Ron, you're on mute.
Crystal, do we have any members of the public who would like to speak?
Yes, it looks like one person is calling in. Go ahead and admit them in here. Good evening, caller with the phone number ending in 632. Thank you for joining us tonight. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council, and at the end of the 2 minutes, you'll hear a chime indicating that it's time to wrap up. Please state your name for the record before you begin. Caller ending in 632, can you hear me?
Looks like they're.
There you go.
Yes. Hi, this is Sonia. Sorry. It's a lot of technical difficulty trying to get through. It takes multiple machines, multiple gadgets, and quick wits, not my best topic. So anyway, I'm grateful to get through, but I think a lot of people hope to get through to let council know that we are hopeful as a community that I know this is off topic, the skate and bike park is a high priority in our community. I just wanted to put that bookmark in there because I don't know how exactly to navigate calling in at the right time. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you for all of your help. And even if it doesn't feel like a high priority when there is, soot in the air and COVID-19 in the air, it strikes me as a incredible opportunity when the community is rallying around something positive for our youth and for the community that we pay attention to that. And I'm hopeful that you will agendize a discussion about a skate bike park for the next council meeting. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Sonia. Is there another caller, Crystal?
No, I don't see any other callers.
Okay. All right.
Through the chair.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask that staff follow up with Sonia to better understand what the ask is of City Council on that? I would appreciate that. Have someone on staff follow up with Sonia Elks on her request.
We'll do that.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Any questions of staff on the COVID-19 report? I'm not seeing any hands raised at the moment. Well, in that case, thank you, Tara.
Welcome.
Nice report. Sorry about the jumpy screen, but it happens.
It's probably my fault. I think I had my tablet sitting on top of my keyboard and I was also using my mouse at the same time. So it was all my fault. User error.
Oh, well, we all figure it out eventually. Okay. Now we're going to move on to item 9. This is our study session. We're going to be talking about our recommended operating budget for the next fiscal year, 2021. This is a discussion that we normally have on consecutive weeks, usually in May on alternating years. But because of the pandemic, we have had to put a lot of things on hold. So this discussion has now been delayed about 3 months. So this is going to be, we're going to get an executive summary, I believe, in the beginning, and then we're going to go through a lot of items that we've been looking at to either modify or eliminate or reduce. And so we're going to be looking at how we can move forward because, as everybody knows, we've had a lot of challenges. Revenue to the city is off quite a bit in the last 6 months or so, and we do have to make some adjustments. So with that introduction, Jeff, are you going to start or is it Rebecca?
I believe I'm going to be starting here, although I don't know if I'm in control or not.
Jeff, I'll be helping you flip through in the beginning here.
Why don't we hit the next slide here? Okay. So tonight, primarily, we're going to be hearing from Rebecca Mendenhall as part of this presentation, our Administrative Services Director. The department heads will all be available to answer questions as we go through the presentation, which is fairly lengthy, but we'll try to get through it quickly so that we have plenty of time for council questions and discussions. I think it's always good with a budget, which is one of our primary planning documents for the coming year, to sort of start in the past. And I have the ability to go into the distant past in San Carlos. The OOs in our city were marked by 10 straight years of budget reductions with a really structurally unsound budget that needed a lot of work and correction and was trying to sort of reinvent itself into a new and modern era that led to 10 straight years of budget cuts and a reimagination of a lot of core city services. The teens, on the other hand, have been marked by 10 straight years of budget surpluses, growth, and seeing a lot of facility and infrastructure investments, and really just a lot of blossoming of our community. So now entering the 20s, hopefully we're not going to see that pattern continue. And this particular budget, while it is a budget requiring reduction, won't be one that it becomes systemically unhealthy. So as we look back at the last 5 years, we see our revenues growing at about 8.8%, our expenditures growing at about 7.4%. It's a very healthy budget and has allowed the council to branch out into new programs, to branch out and more aggressively invest in maintaining and updating facilities and infrastructure throughout the community, and has left our reserves healthy and plentiful as we enter this particular budget, which is difficult and unusual in a number of respects. Obviously, typically we are doing budget study sessions in the May timeframe with a budget adoption in June. Our fiscal year would run from July through June. Typically. So our budget's been delayed, and that was primarily done because COVID hit right at a very critical time in our budget process. And because of primarily at the time, the cruise ship and the hotel and those events that were taking place that were very specific to our community, the opening of our EOC and all the subsequent actions that have been reported on extensively, the budget process was delayed. And it was probably a good thing that it was delayed, because we really this wasn't a typical recession or economic downturn. The forces that have driven us here are really unusual and, sort of talked about in terms of being sort of a 100-year type event, which hopefully is true, because I don't think any of us would relish having another 2020 again anytime soon. But it has allowed us some time to take a look at the budget, to work with our tax revenue consultants that work statewide in California on trends, to engage with the business communities, and to try to get a sense on, really where we're at and how we should approach this budget. Because what we really don't want to do is overcut the budget, and we also don't want to undercut the budget either, so that we're in even worse shape next year should the economic and recession fallout of COVID-19 continue into the next fiscal year. In addition to all these things sort of driving this budget, we also had, prior to COVID and the changes that have resulted in our budget relating to that, we had decided to realign our budget timing. Typically, we do a 2-year budget in San Carlos, but a couple of years ago, the election cycle for council members was readjusted so that it was on the larger even year ballots, and that was a great change and brought a lot more voter participation into our local elections. But what we didn't do at the time was readjust our budget process so that when new council members got elected, they would then have the opportunity to very quickly work on and adopt a new budget to reflect their priorities. So we wanted to do a 1-year budget this year so that next year we would have our 2-year budget cycle begin back on the same cycle now, following a council election, which will be occurring in our city this November. So we already had that big change planned, so altogether, those have combined to be just a really challenging and new experience for us as we deal with our budget process. Once we get into the budget process, it's pretty much business as usual in terms of how we approach revising and putting together our budget. Can I get the next slide, please? So what we typically do, and what we did this year, was we ask our departments to begin to take a look at their programs and their projects and things for any changes that they might need. Often there are contractual obligations built into the budget, increases for services or goods that the city's purchasing over the course of a year. Those are known increases, or salary and benefit increases for employees that are currently under contract. And we have one group of employees in the city that are under contract currently already. Their contract was prior a year old before this particular fiscal year. And that's our Teamsters group, the folks that work primarily at the courtyard on the sewers and parks and streets. So we put that call out to our departments, and given the circumstances, we had relatively minor, other than contractually obligated increases, we had rather minor increases proposed. The 7,500 net increase that we're looking at here is related to the outside contract enforcement services that the council approved earlier this year for minimum wage enforcement with the city of San Jose that'll begin after the first of the year when our new minimum wage goes into effect in the community. After that, what I had done was I had asked the departments to prepare proposals for how they would go about reducing their individual departments' budgets by 10%. I didn't think at the time that we would need to reduce all the departments by 10%. But what I like to do is to have options when I get the lists from the department to be able to look at certain recommendations and maybe choose some over others. And then I like to present the full package to the council so that you have the ability to do the same, so that if you don't particularly like one cut that's being recommended, you might choose another. Or look to use additional reserves or the small surplus that is currently built into the budget recommendation right now of, I think, about $240,000. So ultimately, what I'm recommending tonight is $3.5 million in expenditure reductions. This includes $1.2 million of reductions that the council has already made, including reductions in salary and benefits, including the PERS prepayment that you made earlier this year, which has resulted in some significant savings for this budget. So beyond those two items, we have another $2.3 million in expenditure reductions proposed for you this evening. And then I was proposing that we use approximately $2 million of our about $7 million economic uncertainty reserve. And I would also point out that while our books are not yet closed and audited for our last fiscal year, up until March, we were having another good year in line with years that we had previous. And we're looking at, a rather sizable budget surplus. The last few months of the fiscal year took quite a large bite out of that projected surplus. But we do believe that the surplus will be greater than $2 million. And once the books are closed, I have to put that money someplace, and I would be putting it back into the economic uncertainty reserve to replenish that money, because I have a feeling that to some extent we'll likely be using it in the next 2-year budget cycle, which ultimately the council could reassign that money to any accounts that you deem fit. Can I get the next slide? So one of the things we also always like to be mindful of is that there are a lot of potential outside factors that can really hit our budget hard. And we know this from past experience, going back, 30 or 40 years. These are some of the big things that have really negatively impacted our budget. In the 90s, what really began to throw our budget out of whack was the state budget and this idea of unfunded mandates. As the state got into really difficult financial trouble, they began to pass laws and push expenses onto cities to relieve pressure on the state budget, which really didn't come with revenue and just came with expense, and became very difficult for cities to manage. And you began to even see some cities either go bankrupt or contemplate bankruptcy during that time frame. So we're always very mindful, even though there are some constitutional protections now built into the state budget for cities, of what's going on with the state and what kind of mandates is the state looking to push down to local government. Federal policy can often swing wildly depending on administrations and depending on the federal budget. So that's something we always keep an eye on as well. I think our CalPERS retirement investment assumptions and unfunded liabilities have been discussed, frequently and in depth with the council. So I think the council and the community have a good handle on that. We've made a number of prepayments over the last several years. So compared to a lot of cities, we're in pretty good shape. We still have a large number out there. But I think if we're headed into more budget challenging times and we're not going to have that cash available to make those kind of prepayments or to invest in that, we will at least have the benefit of having done that and having helped lower our costs headed into more difficult cash-strapped years. And then just the rising costs of public safety. And we call out public safety just because as an expenditure category, it does represent our single largest expenditure, and that's the combination of police and fire, which represent, I think, in this budget around 47% of all the expenditures of the general fund budget. And so, and we do those, we provide those services under contractual arrangements with both the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office and the city of Redwood City in a joint fire department arrangement. We have contracts with both agencies that are in place. They do provide us with some ability to have relief and provide notification and timeframes for being able to negotiate or reduce services if the council wishes to go deeper into those areas. We'd be happy to discuss that with you later tonight. So with that, I think that's my last slide, and I will turn it over to Rebecca Mendenhall, our Administrative Services Director, who's going to walk you through an overview of the revenue and expenditure assumptions, how she builds what we call a base budget for us then to begin building some budget recommendations for the council on, as well as walking you through the list of reductions and changes that are in this particular budget recommendation for you this evening. So thank you very much.
Good evening again, Rebecca Mendenhall, Administrative Services Director. As Jeff mentioned, this budget was a little interesting to put together, to say the least. There's a lot of unknowns, especially with the number of shutdowns that we were looking at the beginning of the year, or I mean in May, as well as, uncertainty as to when things are going to be able to come back. So following the preliminary financial projections that we discussed in May, the council has already made some very difficult decisions to help balance the budget in the amount of $1.2 million. Jeff kind of touched on these, so I'll go over them very quickly. But in June, the council approved resolutions to amend the salary and benefit resolutions for the management group, which eliminated the COLA that was going to be 3% effective in July. And it also reduced benefits, including the elimination of the 457 match and capped vacation accruals. They also, that same night, approved the resolution 2020-041, which amended the confidential group salary and benefit resolution, eliminating COLAs that were going to be 3.5% effective July 2020, as well as reduce the benefits, including the elimination of the 457 match again and cap vacation accruals. At the second meeting in June, the council approved resolution 2020-048, which was the adoption of the AFSCME Memorandum of Understanding, which held all salaries flat, so there was no COLA adjustment, and also cap vacation accruals. And finally, in June, the council approved the resolution for the one-time paydown of the CalPERS unfunded liability, which reduced our annual required contributions. So all of those decisions have already saved $1.2 million out of this coming budget. So as Jeff mentioned, we give the departments the opportunity to ask for increases should they need them to follow the council's direction. And there were 4 additions to the proposed budget. The first was professional services funding for minimum wage enforcement. This is for 6 months, totaling $7,500, and this would become effective in January. The second is funding to extend the Laurel Street Policing pilot program. in the amount of $150,000. And this would be paid for from prior year savings realized from the sheriff's contract over the past few years. This savings is currently estimated to be about $570,000. So there'd be no real cost to the general fund to do this. Thirdly, there was additional funding of $280,000 in the building division to help pay for large-scale development plan checks, and that would be offset directly by fees paid by the developers or 100% of a pass-through. The same holds true for the planning division. There was additional funding of $285,000 for specialized consulting services associated with highly complex development projects that would also be offset 100% by developer fees. So in addition to these requests, included in the revised base budget is also $750,000 of expenses directly attributed to COVID during this fiscal year. In the last fiscal year, the total spent, not including staff time or specific money that was spent out of other funds, was $650,000. So this funding included one-time costs for plexiglass, laptops, water walls, and additional signage both on streets and in our parks. So we have submitted some of these expenses, or we've tried to submit all of these expenses to FEMA and the state for CARES Act reimbursements, but the timing of how much and when any reimbursements will be received is uncertain. So we haven't anticipated the budget for those. So that brings us to the recommended budget reductions. There are 34 reduction options totaling $2.3 million that have been incorporated into the proposed budget. Additional detail on each of these items can be found in your council packet beginning on page 86. However, a number of these reductions are a direct result of the pandemic and the health orders that don't permit for large gatherings. So the first is a cancellation of the Parks and Recreation events, including the Goblin Walk, Night of Holiday Lights. Then the elimination of the council-sponsored events, including the Public Safety Fair, Earth Day, and block parties. Elimination of the Citizens Academy. Enrollment has waned over the last year and in-person training can't be done right now anyway. Elimination of the Laurel Street Parking Monitoring Program, as the vendor who was providing the service downtown has now gone out of business. The reduction of the citywide phone and utility budget, since incoming and outgoing lines have been switched over to newer fiber wiring, reducing our costs. The elimination of the employee picnic and the holiday party. The elimination of the Laurel Street and the City Hall Park Holiday Lighting Program. Suspension of purchases or giveaways for the farmers market booth. A reduction in the Park and Recreation office supply and training budget. A reduction in the Administrative Services office supply budget. A reduction in the Administrative Services equipment purchases budget. A reduction in the City Clerk's office training, conferences, and meeting budget. A reduction in City Manager membership conferences and meetings budget. An elimination of the City Manager intern position. An elimination of the professional video production and outreach. And this line item does not include the council meetings that are being televised as of tonight. Those would continue. The delay of the Planning Division scanning project or the digitizing of over 200 boxes of records. The elimination of the vacant Office of Emergency Services Director Coordinator position. The elimination of the vacant Civil Engineering Assistant position. The elimination of 4 vacant positions in Community Development, including 2 senior planners and 2 senior admin clerks. And this request is being offset by additional professional services funding to bring in contractors to help support the volume of work in the department. A reduction in the field and program supplies budget, since we're currently in a reduction in the recruitment field and program supplies budget, since we're in a hiring freeze. A further reduction in recruitment services associated with the hiring freeze. The downgrade of the recreation manager position to a recreation supervisor. An elimination of the Adult Community Center trips and tours. The reduction in the Youth Center part-time staffing with the elimination of after-school programming. A reduction in trail and athletic infield maintenance. The The utilization of prior year savings to cover contracted police costs, so similar to the Laurel Street policing program, this would use the prior year savings that were currently estimated to be $570,000 before the Laurel Street policing program. And this would be offset against the cost of the contract. A reduction of spending on enterprise application maintenance, a reduction in administrative services funding for conferences and meetings, a further reduction of administrative services professional development fees, a reduction of citywide training, a reduction in administrative services professional services fees, an elimination of the annual community survey, which was scheduled for January of 2021, and the elimination of the recently vacant senior facility attendant position. This employee was recently laid off due to the curtailment of work, since the community centers are not currently open to the public. And then finally, the elimination of the vacant senior admin clerk position in Parks and Rec also unfortunately was laid off due to the curtailment of work. So as Jeff mentioned, he did ask for 10% budget reductions from all departments. So this means there were additional reduction options that have been included in your packet, but were not recommended at this time. And those options total $2.9 million. And these include the elimination of 4 additional full-time positions, 2 of which currently have employees in them, the elimination of contracted public safety positions, and the possible browning out of a fire station, and further cuts to programming, including reduction of professional services funding to traffic and street operations, the elimination of social media tools and training, and the elimination of the Spotlight newsletter. Another way to balance the budget would be to increase revenues. There were 2 revenue options that were submitted, including a monthly membership fee at the youth center and an annual membership fee at the adult community center. With these facilities currently closed to the public, even if we were to start charging, it's unlikely that any revenue would be recognized for some time. So in summary, after the incorporation of the revenue losses and the additional COVID expenses, the revised base budget deficit that we were looking at was close to $5.3 million. So council's previously approved actions combined with the proposed reductions brought the estimated deficit to $1.7 million. So it's further recommended that the council approve the use of reserves in the amount of $2 million to eliminate the deficit. And then as Jeff had previously stated, although the audit's not yet complete, we are anticipating a surplus for fiscal year 2020 that we can use to replenish this reserve should we need to use it in future years. So moving on to the revenue assumptions, the total general fund revenue is estimated.
Rebecca, I apologize. I just, I don't want us to get too far into the weeds, and if I see some questions from my fellow council members, I'd like to give them the opportunity maybe to ask you. And Mark has a question at this point. Mark, did you want to ask now or do you want to wait?
I would like to ask now, and actually I have a number of questions, but I just have like 1 or 2 that I wouldn't mind asking now, if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first question is a little bit of perhaps of an inside baseball question, Rebecca, but I was just a bit confused in a couple of the items where we say we're using prior year savings, like I think with the law enforcement line item, to pay for an increase. Is that technically meaning that we're using reserves, that savings from prior years was in a reserve account someplace and we're moving it over to pay for part of the operating budget? I just didn't quite understand how you're accounting for using savings from the prior year to pay for something in the future year without it going through reserves.
So those are funds that are sitting over at the sheriff's office. So every year when we contract with them, they estimate what our budget would be. And so as we've been accumulating savings, they're sitting over in an account at the sheriff's office that then we'll tap into to reduce our expenses.
Okay, I did not know that. I would leave it as an item of interest, at least to me, that I would consider those part of our reserves, at least potentially. And so I wouldn't mind seeing an accounting of that, because I had no idea that there was money stashed away there, or effectively stashed away there. My second question, which is a somewhat bigger one, perhaps, I'd like to understand what was the basis for example, having a goal of a balanced budget, or a budget surplus here, or even if you look at use of reserves, it's close to being balanced, and there may be reserves from 2019, 2020 that'll roll forward. Because frankly, you know, I think I've said this before, one of the main reasons you have reserves is to deal with big unexpected things that happen to you. And if there was ever a big unexpected thing that happened to us in San Carlos, it had to be COVID-19. And so in a way, it almost seems paradoxical to me to appreciate the good work and the ideas people come up with, but it almost seems paradoxical to me that we're trying to balance the budget in this year. If there was one year where I would expect it to be significantly unbalanced, it would be this one. So I'd like to understand kind of staff's thinking about that.
So every year when we go through the budget balancing process, we try to, especially before we come before the council with the study session, we try to leave a little cushion in there in case there are things that the council would like to see funded. So this is the opportunity at the study session, is to discuss these things. Jeff, I don't know if you want to add on to that.
I can add a little bit, maybe just a little quick clarification. Mark, when you say balanced budget, what I think you are saying is, like, why didn't we just use just reserves? Is that correct?
Or use reserves more heavily than we apparently are doing? Yes, or proposing.
Right. And I think, you know, what I was looking at in terms of the $2 million was thinking that, you know, sort of at the outside, this economic downturn could be as long as 3 or 4 years. And at that pace, the use of reserves, you know, if we had to use $2 million a year, that would tide us over, would just about exhaust our economic uncertainty reserve. At the same time, you know, we saw economic turnaround. Also, the thought was that the cuts that we're talking about right now, outside of recreation, those are probably the more painful cuts, but those cuts are really related to the fact that we can't do those programs anyway, as opposed to just a monetary savings. You know, we would have saved the money on the events regardless of whether we budgeted them or not. So I would anticipate that next year, if we're in a similar financial situation that we are this year, that we would actually be proposing reinstating those events and making other reductions or using additional reserves in place of those. And because this was so unusual, we wanted to, kind of like I said in the beginning, we wanted to cut the budget somewhat to get us to hopefully where next year, if we had to cut it again, it would be rather small compared to the use of reserves, and we'd have a much clearer picture of the economic fallout that is taking place. You know, it's so hard right now to predict, with things being closed and then reopened and then rejiggered, how they're operating, what impacts those will have on revenue. But we're really hopeful that by the time we're doing this next year, that at least that business climate will have really settled into whatever the pattern's going to be, good or bad, that we can then sort of respond to in a more, you know, a more sort of traditional way.
Well, I appreciate all that, and that actually does provide some color on why the budget was put together the way it is. As you recall, Jeff, from our discussion offline this afternoon, or by text and voicemail and whatnot, just for the benefit of my colleagues, and I take my share of the blame on this as well, since I'm on the council, I actually think that the budget process we're following, not the details, but the overall structure, is in fact wrong this year. And the reason is because what Jeff just described may or may not be what a majority of the council would like to do, and I don't fault him and staff for coming up with a plan. but we really should have had a discussion about how deep, for example, do we want to go into reserves? What do we think collectively the recovery curve, if anything, is going to look like? And we aren't doing that. And so what we're doing is we're sort of assuming that, well, things are normal except for this one-time event. And that's, you know, hindsight, that probably wasn't the best way of doing things. I'll just make one other comment that'll be sort of the basis of some future questions, and then I'll shut up here because I don't want to overstay my welcome. But for example, many of the things that were cut that can't be done in the Parks and Rec area, I understand why those specific things can't be done, but I also know from talking to people that there's a lot of stress in the community because we're all being tied to home more than we usually are. And so perhaps a different way and a better way from the community's point of view of addressing this would be not so much to just cancel the programs and save money, but cancel the programs and replace them with something else that we can do to try and mitigate the impact on our residents. And, you know, yes, I guess we can discuss all that in part of this budget, but in hindsight, it would have been a lot nicer to have that kind of general conceptual discussion before staff put pencil to paper. So, thank you.
Mayor, you're on mute.
I'd like to move on, but I'd like to just say, let's remember this is a study session. These decisions are ultimately up to us, and we'll make that decision when the time comes. So, Rebecca, you want to go on?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so total, sorry, I have an echo. Total general fund revenue is estimated to be, oh, hold on a moment, sorry. Okay, let me try that again. I apologize. So total general revenue is estimated to be 41 million, which is a decrease of 2.3 million from the fiscal year 2019-20 budget and 5.9 million from the fiscal year 2019-20 projected revenues. Business registration is budgeted to decrease by 4.2% or $38,000. And this decrease includes some assumptions that some businesses may have to close as a result of COVID-19. Charges for current services is budgeted to decrease by 24% or $1 million, primarily due to assumptions that our recreation programs and events will not be able to resume for a while. Licenses and permits is budgeted to increase 16.5%, primarily based on the timing of large-scale development projects. Remember, this is tied to the professional services money that was requested earlier. And the timing can fluctuate greatly from year to year as a result of the timing of these big projects. Property tax is budgeted to increase 3 million over the revised budget, but only 6% over the projected revenue. And this large increase is due to the timing of when new construction is added to the assessed tax rolls. The timing is hard to predict, so it's only added into the budget once it's realized. Sales tax is budgeted to decrease 15.8% or 1.8 million. And this is based on information that we've been getting from our third-party consultants and assumptions that the pandemic will continue to create a drop in our economy. Transient occupancy tax is budgeted to decrease 80% or 2.5 million, based on the assumption that occupancy rates will remain low due to the large decrease of business travel. Use of money in property is budgeted to increase $600,000 over the revised budget. And this revenue includes lease income from digital billboards and also reflects trend data from previous years. Although investment yields are currently low, delays in our capital project spending have increased our investment balances, which has in turn increased our investment income. Vehicle and lieu revenue is budgeted to decrease by $600,000 based on information from the County Controller's Office. San Mateo County has experienced a countywide shortfall and is working with the state to recover the funds, but the soonest they would be repaid would be fiscal year 21-22. So this slide reflects that even with the anticipated decreases in sales tax, property and sales tax remain our two largest revenue sources, representing 61% of our total revenues. The The total general fund expenditure amount is budgeted to be $45 million, or a decrease of 6.5% from the fiscal year 2019-20 revised budget. Salaries and benefit expenditures include the reduction options previously approved by Council in June, as well as all known current memorandum of understanding provisions with each of our labor groups. This also includes the elimination of the vacant positions, as we just previously discussed. Legacy obligations reflect CalPERS unfunded obligations associated with the Belmont-San Carlos Fire Joint Powers Authority, as well as our former police department. Operating expenses reflect a decrease of 8.5% and also include all the recommended program reductions. And capital outlay is budgeted to decrease by 8.3%. So this chart represents the total expenditures by department. And as Jeff mentioned earlier, our public safety costs continue to be our largest expenditures, accounting to 47% of the total budget. So the proposed budget also includes 3 transfers from the general fund into the capital funds. Last month, the city received $1 million from PG&E. These funds were pursuant to the California Public Utilities Commission decision approving the ex parte oil settlement agreement in December 2019. Based on the results of that last community survey done in January, 76% of the respondents felt that accelerating the improvement of local streets was a funding priority. Therefore, it is recommended that this settlement be transferred to the gas tax fund to offset the cost of the street resurfacing project. In addition, the audited financial statements from last year reflect a balance in the facility infrastructure and improvement reserve of $12 million. This reserve was created as a way to use prior year savings to help pay for capital projects. Therefore, it's recommended that $4 million of this reserve be transferred into the gas tax to also help pay for the street resurfacing project. Additional detail on this project will be discussed as part of the capital improvement program presentation coming up next. And finally, an additional $1 million is proposed to be transferred from the reserve into the general capital project fund to help pay for the cost of other projects. So in summary, if all of the recommended options are approved tonight, the city will have eliminated the general fund deficit for fiscal year 2021 and will have an estimated unrestricted fund balance of approximately $3.1 million. As noted in the chart here, we are anticipating a small surplus of approximately $240,000. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. And in addition, all the department directors are on this meeting, and they can answer specific questions related to their department.
Thank you, Rebecca. I don't see any hands yet. I did have one question on the street line program that the company went out. I guess they went out of business. Are there any other companies similar to those that we may employ at some point in the future? Or are we just going to go back to meter maids?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Stephen Machida, Public Works Director. Yeah, Streetlight actually went out of business. They went into bankruptcy. However, so we're exploring our options. One of the things we're looking is to use the counting activity within Wheeler Plaza. We're looking at some other options. Using the technology that Streetline was proposing was maybe somewhat a little bit antiquated and something that we probably, now that we have an opportunity to look at something going forward, I think we're looking at more or less license plate readers as they go into the Wheeler Plaza. So a little bit more up-to-date solution.
Is that sort of the same technology as the readers we have now? That the automatic license plate readers are the similar technology?
It'd be very similar, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I mentioned before, I had fairly lengthy, probably about a dozen questions. So I was thinking, you want me to stop after I do each one to see if you want to rotate the baton? Because I know other people have got questions too.
Yeah, we've got everybody else has questions. So you have 4 other council members or 3 other council members that have questions that they want to ask. So you want to take 3 right now, and we'll just circle back to you?
Sure, that's fine. All right. Let's start with a simple one. There's sort of two parts. What, if any, discussions have been held with the San Carlos School District, either by their initiative or ours, that would involve potentially the city providing additional financial support directly or indirectly to the district? And what, if any, of that's in the budget?
I think the only discussions that I'm aware of took place during council meetings or 2+2 meetings. And I don't believe that there's anything in the budget related to financial support of the San Carlos School District.
Okay.
Beyond the direction already given by the council, which had to do with taking over crossing guards, the program that up until that point we were sharing the costs of with the school district.
Yeah, I remember that discussion. I'm not sure actually that we ever sort of voted on that, but I do remember the discussion. Okay, so that may be in there. Okay, that's one. Rebecca, what's the monthly trend been, I guess, for lack of a better term, of sales tax and transit occupancy tax? What I'm trying to get some insight into is, like, TOT, as I sort of expected, you're projecting to drop a lot between this year and next year. Makes sense to me, but I'm just curious about what that's built on. In other words, have you seen a steady, significant drop, or a significant drop and then steady out at a lower level, or what's a little more color on those two items?
So for transient occupancy tax, we have seen a drop in revenues. Most of the occupancy that we get in San Carlos is directly related to business travel. And with most businesses working remotely and halting travel, we're not anticipating a lot of increase in occupancy from the rates that they're at right now. So that's where we've kind of come up with those numbers. As far as sales tax, and keep in mind that the reporting of when the actuals come in, so for TOT, we just recently received the reports for the quarter ended June 30th. So we're always in arrears a few months. The same with sales tax. We're always in arrears a couple months. So, the changes that have been happening with COVID and the ability for businesses to reopen or not reopen, it takes a while before it comes through in the cash perspective for us. So we're relying on our third-party consultants to do some economic analysis for us. And I mean, they're showing that business and industry is going to be down over this entire fiscal year. General consumer goods is going to be very low. Just in general, restaurants and hotels is going to be very low or a big decrease. So we're trying to factor all of those in to our projections. And they are projections. So as we get more information, we can continue to look at those.
Right, I appreciate that. I understand they are. And in a sense, another way of phrasing my questions was, I'd like to get more insight into the trends, whatever they are, of those numbers and how those are rolling into the assumptions, because it's not uncommon in these situations for people charged with forecasting. I don't mean you, I mean more the outside consultants, to be incredibly conservative. And so I'm just curious about that. So perhaps that's something you could follow up with me offline, and just whatever summary. I don't want the sales tax detail because I know I'm not allowed to see that. But whatever month-to-month summary data you have on TOT and sales tax, I would be interested in seeing.
Rebecca, am I correct in remembering that the actual on, at least on TOT, was an 80% reduction?
That's what we're forecasting, yes.
Yeah, and but that's based on, we actually did see a drop in receipts on TOT based on, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, no, like I said, I'm not surprised about it. I would just like to see what the numbers are so I can put the budget numbers of, like TOT of $625,000 into perspective. I'm trying to understand whether that's a cautious number, an optimistic number, or what. And the only way to do that is put it in context with the latest real world data. Well, that's my first three questions, Mr. Mayor, so I'll hand off the baton.
Okay, Sarah, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just begin my questions with saying that this is such a hard conversation to have tonight, and I just have a pit in my stomach talking about laying off people and making these cuts. It's a very difficult study session to have this evening. My first question is regarding Wheeler Plaza revenue, and maybe this is for our economic development team. I seem to recall that we were expecting at some point when those units were filled to get some revenue for the city. And I'm wondering if there's any information on when we might expect that.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Martin Romo, Economic Development Manager. We spoke with KB Home just this late last week. They're preparing their latest sales report. We're entitled to receive a share of profits from the sales of all condominiums once they meet certain thresholds. So they're at a point now where they're preparing their report that they must prepare for us that will articulate how much they've earned to date. And at that point, we'll be able to determine what share of the profits we will have. And then there will be a final report that they also produce for us once all sales have finished. But they are underway now at preparing that report.
Thank you, Martin. Will we see a share of the revenue trickle in, or do we have to wait for all the units to be sold to see that revenue?
It will be most likely at the sale of all of the units.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question, I think, is for Amy, and this dovetails with what Mark kind of brought up earlier tonight. This is regarding the monthly membership fee for the after-school program at the youth center. And hi, Amy. And I saw that one of the recommendations was charging a $100 monthly membership fee to potentially support community childcare needs. So I'm wondering, Amy, if you could speak just a little bit about maybe what you've heard other parks and recreation departments are doing, and why this didn't make the list of recommendations.
Sure. As for other parks and recreation departments in the county, some are going to do a child care program and some have chosen not to. Some haven't rolled out yet. And going back to when COVID hit and when the school districts closed this in-person education, the city followed in those footsteps for the youth center program, and we actually then closed the doors to that in-person program as well. And so at this point, we are kind of looking in the school district's line and kind of staying in line with them, where they decided not to have in-person education as we wouldn't have in-person childcare programs. With that said, we have started a partnership with La Garza to offer some childcare programs. They're starting off slowly at Loyola for after-school programs, some sports classes out on the basketball court and on the field.
Thank you, Amy. Do you know how many kids are enrolled in that program with La Garza?
I don't have the exact number. I can get that to you, but I believe right now they can accommodate maybe 4 to 5 pods of about 12 to 15 kids.
Okay, and they're the only child care provider that reached out to you with interest in partnering?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Amy. Mm-hmm. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor. I'll chime in after my colleagues have a turn.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Laura?
Great. Thank you, Mayor Collins. So firstly, I just want to express my gratitude to staff. I know that going through this budgeting process was very difficult. When you're asked to cut back in multiple angles, I know that that's not easy. That being said, I think that the approach that was taken was very thoughtful and detailed. It's a very difficult time to respond to COVID-19. It's really challenged us, I think, to focus on what's urgent and important. What I'm seeing is that given the timeline, we're effectively, it's sort of a short-term range. So we're looking 9 months out. And that will help us, I think, to remain flexible here. A couple of questions. I'll start with Amy. I want to pick up on that conversation where you left off. And then I have a question about the Office of Emergency Services. But my understanding is, so if you could talk a little bit more about this after school care program and what that entails and, you know, what the design of it is intended to do, that would be helpful. And then my understanding as well is that while the Parks and Rec Department did have to cut back on a lot of in-person programming, your team was remarkable in creating new opportunities. So I'd love to have you speak to what that virtual programming looks like and how that's going.
Okay. So to follow up with the what that LaGarza program structure looks like, is that what you were asking? Okay. So it's a variety of offerings for the community. LaGarza, at the end of summer, sent out a survey to their participants and got about 300 responses back. And through those responses, built their program. As you can imagine, it can be ever changing. So right now, they're programmed out between 3 to 6 weeks out, and that could change at any time. They have some programs where it's 2 days a week. They're doing outdoor sports classes. They also have options for 2, 3, or 5 day a week after school. They've also kind of opened up a school day facilitating program, but after meeting with them, I think they have 2 to 5 students signed up, so that full day option isn't necessarily has been a huge draw for them. It's more of kind of the after school and sports classes that have received more registration. And with that said, this has just begun to roll out, and we may see those numbers increase in the next few weeks. And you are correct in, recreation was hit very hard during this and affected us greatly and in a different way than other departments. And our staff has been great in seeing how can we engage the community and the kids and our seniors online. I would say one of our most successful virtual programs has been our ACC fitness classes, where we're getting sometimes 30 or more people signing into Zoom to do their fitness classes. We reestablished the meal program. We are serving meals 3 days a week for pickup. We are doing delivery if that is a need. And in the first week, I think we're about 50 meals a day, and I think our highest has been in the 80s, maybe the 90s. 71 today, Anna just mentioned. So that has been great, and it's actually also creating an opportunity for the seniors to, just to see our ACC staff that they're used to seeing some of them 5 days a week, and just re-engaging them socially. And so that has been great the last few weeks. And, doing our best to just continue to engage the community online and trying to encourage, like a few weekends ago, we did our virtual camp out and encouraged the community to camp out in their backyards and then send us pictures. And Caitlin, our youth center coordinator, has also last year in the springtime, we did some youth center virtual drop-ins just to kind of get those kids still connected to our youth center staff, which for a lot of them also, they come to our youth center 3 to 5 days a week. And so that's a part of their school day. And so wanting to keep those connections with our staff. And so we did those virtual drop-ins. Is there anything else I'm missing that you can think of that you were asking about?
That's great. That's an incredible summary. And thank you for your resilience and your creativity and that of the team. I really appreciate it. My next question is around the Office of Emergency Services position. I wanted to better understand, what the impact would be on our community's ability to respond to crises if that position is eliminated. I'm not quite sure who to direct that question to, Jeff. I'm not sure if that would be you or someone else from the team.
Yeah, I can answer that a little bit, as well as Chief Dury and Chief Lax. I don't believe that was a really new position for us that we were trying out. And so going back to the prior model that we've had for decades, I don't think we'll have any major impacts. But with that said, I'd like you to have the opportunity to hear from one or both chiefs.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council. This is Chief Mark Dury. Concerning the OAS coordinator position, it was just like Jeff was saying, we were just trying it out to see if it could make a difference. But since it's truly under the umbrella of the sheriff's office, and the entire city is under the umbrella of the sheriff's office, our entire office, we have the tools and the resources now within the sheriff's office and with working with the Redwood City Police Department and Chief Lax to really give you the same type of service without that position. We talk to OES on a regular basis, and they work with us constantly. We thought maybe having an OES coordinator in the city would make a big difference or help us, but it just really didn't make as much of the impact as we thought it would. And based on the resources we have, again, working with Chief Lax and through our Office of Emergency Services, we don't think that there'd be any reduction in services.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, interim acting deputy fire chief Chuck Lax here. And I echo Chief Dury's words there. It is, a challenge, but with a combination of the sheriff's office and the fire department, we are able to take on the projects and accomplish our tasks.
Thank you.
And that's it for you for the moment, Laura?
Yeah, I yield back my time. Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Adam.
Hit the wrong button first. Thank you, Mayor Collins. I just wanted to first thank staff for all the work on this budget. Obviously, it was a challenging one. I appreciate all the time and effort that went into bringing these reductions in place and kind of looking at the overall picture. So a couple of questions. Quick on the TOT question, tax. Rebecca, can you tell me, I know we sort of have a stepped increase in the percentage of TOT. When does the next step kick in on that? And was that, if it's kicking in, was that sort of taken into account?
It's 0.5% and it kicks in every January. And yes, I did account for that.
Okay, that's in there. And then on the PG&E funds, I know and we'll probably have a discussion around that, the gas tax fund, but was there any thought about not transferring all that funding over to hold it in reserve, given that I think we're tackling, I appreciate that we're tackling the roads, they need to be fixed, but are we sort of biting off more than we can chew on that, given the amount that we're putting in towards the roads? And that may be a question for Stephen as well, because that sounds like that PG&E money was general fund money and it could have been used for some other savings.
Jeff, do you want to take that, or Stephen?
I'd be happy to try. I don't think we had any specific discussions at the staff level about putting it someplace else, but obviously we definitely wanted to highlight our recommendation for the council to call attention to it, because the council may have other thoughts about how to spend that money. This is just one recommendation based on one issue that the council had expressed interest in earlier this year, and the community's expressed interest in the past. But if there's one thing I am definitely sure of, that there are many other careabouts for both the council and the community. So we'd be happy to help facilitate a council discussion later this evening if you have other priorities that you'd like to see that money spent on.
Thank you. And then I guess my last question would be for Al, on the elimination of the 4 vacant positions for the community development department. I know you're going to offset that by contract support. So I'm assuming that's for some of the larger projects that we have coming up. And I just want to make sure you feel confident that this is going to fill the gap, because I mean, these projects are going to keep coming, and I want to make sure that we are prepared to look at the long range impacts of those plans on the east side and other areas that these contractors can do that.
Well, there's a couple of things. We're taking a two-pronged approach, and in the reduction, we have reduced on the current planning side pretty significantly, and we're trying to offset that with the $140,000 that would be paid out to consultants, and we're hoping that that will cover for basic current planning and administrative support on the current planning side. So we're going from like 310,000 to 140,000 in different positions on the consulting side. I'm probably most concerned about the current planning side. The work level has not decreased as a result of COVID for a number of different economic reasons and other reasons. So I think we have to take a wait and see approach to see how well we can do using consultants for the current planning side. One of the other things that Rebecca mentioned is on the larger projects, we are asking for more funding, but that will be offset by developer fees. And we're confident that on the larger projects, the big multifamily, the big subdivisions, that we'll be able to handle the project management with consulting services on the bigger project side. So that I feel good about. It's the current planning side where we're going to have to take a wait and see approach to see if this works out.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Was that it for you for the moment, Adam?
That's it for me for now.
Okay. Mark.
Thank you, Ron. By the way, I always remember how frustrating it was when you're running the meetings to always be the last person to get to ask questions. So I'm happy to, I do have a few more, but I'm happy for you to get a shot at asking questions if you'd like to, and I'll go after you. So,
well, you never know. You may ask my question and relieve me of the responsibility. So go for it.
That's fine. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make the offer.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So, what, if anything, is in the budget vis-a-vis, I'm going to describe it as wildfire risk mitigation? That's obviously a topic we spent a lot of time talking about last fall and then again in the spring before COVID-19 hit. And I know there's some programs underway there, but I just would like in general to know how high a priority is and what kind of resources are in there, what's proposed to be done.
Mark, that was one of them.
Oh, okay.
You already got one checked off.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, Acting Deputy Fire Chief Chuck Lax. Margaret, Councilmember Olber, I just wanted to clarify your question about, was this to do with our fuel reduction program we have in place?
Thanks, Chuck. It's actually broader than that. That's certainly part of it. Fuel reduction is part of it. But, we had a very long list of things that we had talked about trying to make, not all of them, but a number of things we wanted to make some forward progress on, also including things like evacuation drills and notifications and whatnot. And so the general issue of how are we stepping up our game to deal with the increased wildfire risk, which is being more than amply demonstrated by what's going on in the south part of the county. I know I don't need to tell you of all people about that. What are we doing new and improved relative to past years? What's in the budget for that?
Okay, thank you for clarifying. So I'll kind of give you what we are currently doing is the fuel reduction is a big component of that for us in our city parks. And we've gotten the green light to move forward with our FEMA grant that we were awarded for $500,000. And work is going to begin in the parks hopefully right around August 31st to the first week of September. So there's no reduction in the matching funds for that FEMA grant. We're going to have full access to all those FEMA grant funds. And they're going to start, like I said, right around that first week of September. And they're estimating that they're going to be here into potentially the middle of November. That's quite a long time. So as you can imagine, they're going to do a significant amount of work. Acreage wise, we're talking about 80 acres of fuel reduction in our park. So some really great work's going to be done. Hopefully I'll be able to sleep a little better at night once that work is completed. I wish it would have been done a little sooner, but I'm happy to say that it's going to get started here real quick. So we're also taking advantage of some other things that are occurring in the county. And one of the things that the county is funding for all the cities in San Mateo County is the evacuation program called Zone Haven, which I did a report to council on. And they've actually used the Zone Haven platform in the southern part of San Mateo County for the evacuations that just occurred. And it was, there was some ups and downs, but overall the reports from what I'm hearing, it was very successful. So they were out in front of the launch of that program by about 2 months. But the program is at a point that it is able to work. So there's some really good news there, and there's no additional money in the budget needed for that program to continue to move forward. And then I'm out a little front on this, but I think this is kind of what you're asking for, is another big topic is fire cameras in our community. And so I do have a little bit of information to share on that's going to also be another program that's a county-wide program. We currently have 2 cameras in the county up on Jasper Ridge, and then we're going to have 3 more cameras coming to our junior college campuses. And then I've been informed that there's going to be 7 additional cameras coming to different repeater sites in the county that are part of our dispatch center repeater sites. And one of those sites is going to be in San Carlos. So there's, again, another great program that's coming that's not going to cost the city of San Carlos anything out of their budget. But we are going to be able to take advantage of that technology that comes forward. So I hope that kind of answers what you were referring to about the things that we've been talking about and trying to get in place. And that's kind of the current status of where that's at.
Okay, yeah, no, thank you, Chuck. Next question, I think is probably an Al question. It actually was originally, I had it more broadly. I was going to ask, in general, what major programs or activities are going to be curtailed if we adopt the recommended budget, given the staff changes that are in it. And I'd love to hear from any senior staff member who wants to point out some major initiative that's going to be curtailed. But the particular one I'm most interested in has to do with all the work broadly around the idea of studying the jobs housing balance and the housing issue related to the pending, several million square feet of commercial development that's in the process of being built. So the question in that sense, Al, is does this budget allow that work to go forward, or does it delay it, slow it down, abandon it, whatever?
So I guess reflecting on some of the past discussions about the development projects on the east side and your earlier strategic objectives talked about coming up with some kind of a plan for the east side, a master planning effort. We did embark on trying to do that before COVID. And then when COVID hit and the budget cycle came forward, we had to make some adjustments. We will be meeting with our economic development subcommittee in the coming weeks, and we intend to hopefully schedule more. We have a couple of meetings scheduled, and We'll see how the committee wants to go forward after that, but we believe that we have a pretty good strategy to discuss with the Economic Development Subcommittee and talk about it there. I think the city has a lot of opportunities and options that the city can balance the development projects with some of the community benefits that could be available to the city. So at this point, I think that there is a really strong path forward under the current proposed budget that you have on the table. And again, I think this is going to require further discussion, both with the subcommittee and the entire council. And I think at that point, when the council kind of takes a look at it, you can always make adjustments in the strategy moving forward.
All right, thank you. Last question, and actually last question in total for me at this point, I think it's a Rebecca question, and I may apologize if I missed it in the presentation. I was taking notes as we were going through some of the slides. If we were to adopt the proposed budget that staff has prepared, what would our total, I'll call it spendable reserves look like? Not the economic uncertainty thing. I think you know what I mean, Rebecca, which is what's the total amount of money at June 30th, 2021, that if the majority of the council said, we're going to spend all that money on X, how big is X? I mean, how big can X be?
So a lot of that will depend on how the audited financials are completed, because when we do the audited financials, we go back and we look at the reserves. I think that's the question you're asking, is what would the reserve balances be? That will be brought forward when we do the when we bring forward the audited financial statements.
With all due respect, and I apologize for putting you on the spot, but that is not acceptable to me, because it is always possible to put a forecast together. So and if you don't have it now, that's fine, but I would like to know offline before we approve the budget what the current thinking, given all of those things, what the current thinking looks like.
Well, there's about 7.2 million in the strategic property acquisition reserve, so that's not changing. There's also it depends on how much we replenish on the facility infrastructure reserves. So again, that goes to what the surplus might be at the end of fiscal year 20. Our unfunded or unassigned fund balance, we're estimating to be 3.1 million. And then the economic uncertainty, our goal is to use the surplus to reestablish that, to get it back to about $7 million.
Okay.
So those are several of our reserve assignments. Again, the facility infrastructure reserve, we're recommending that we transfer money out of that reserve right now. So depending on how the year ends, it will depend on how much we put back into that reserve.
Okay, so my just of a few that you cited there, that totals up to something around $18 million as a current force-back guess as to what spendable reserves would look like. Again, just speaking for myself, I would like to have some better visibility into that before we actually adopt the budget. And with the full understanding, and I'm not just saying this because I'm not going to be on the council anymore when you bring me the reserve and the audited financials forward. I'm not looking to hold anybody accountable to, hey, back in August, you told us X and it actually ended up being 0.9X. I don't care about that. I just would like to have a sense of what the number is today, what we think it would be today. So, but we can leave that for a follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Mark. Laura.
Thank you, Mayor Collins. So I think I don't want to dwell on this. I just wanted to kind of build on Adam's comment about Eastside development and the discussion and what we're having around that. And I think really the aim there, from what I'm gathering, council's wanting to ensure is that we look at this development holistically and ensure that it enhances the community. So I look forward to learning more about, what the alternative approach is to ensuring that happens. I'm also pleased to hear that the wildfire risk mitigation program is still in play and that there were no changes there. And in fact, some excellent progress is being made to support our community safety. So, and beyond that, again, I'm looking at these cuts as, very difficult ones to make. I know that there was an interest in job continuity, and I think for the most part, with the exception of a couple of positions, unfortunately, that again were driven by COVID-19 and programmatic or inability to drive those programs. I'm feeling like the staff has done a nice job here of making sure that we can continue to address COVID-19. To me, that's urgent and important, but as well make sure that we're continuing to invest in our programming and infrastructure to ensure that we do the right thing for the community. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Laura. And I think if my calendar is correct, we do have a wildfire preparedness community meeting coming up on September 2nd at 7 o'clock. That's going to be a virtual meeting. Well, my thanks to staff. These, as everybody has said, these are not fun things to do, to outline cuts that we have to make. I do want to give a little bit of a shout out to the prior councils going back 11, 12 years who saw the problem, made some really difficult choices, did outsourcing, started a reserve fund, changed the way that we budgeted, and really did a lot of long-term planning that we're all benefiting from now. We've been, I think as Jeff said, we have been creating this reserve for the last 8 to 10 years, and who thought that we would be using it so quickly? But thank goodness we have it. That is really helping us from having to make some even more severe cuts. I did have just a couple questions for Rebecca. You were, in response to Mark's question, Rebecca, you were talking about some of the unallocated or, restricted reserves we have. I probably shouldn't even call them restricted. You mentioned the SPAR fund for one thing. Is that money that, and I'm not saying that we should use it for anything else, but let's say we had to. Is that money that we can move out of that fund for other purposes if the council so deemed?
It's restricted by council action, so council could unrestrict it.
We could unrestrict it. Could the same be said for the Affordable Housing Fund, or is that more restricted?
The same could not be said for the Affordable Housing Fund. That is restricted for use.
Okay, so that has to remain. It cannot be used for anything else. Okay, well, that's actually very good to hear. Something that I was a little concerned about. And finally, to Chuck, I really want to get to the point where we don't have to call you interim acting fire chief anymore.
I appreciate that. Thank you for that.
I just remove a couple of terms. It's 10 to 9. We're about to move on. Unless there's anybody else had any other comments or questions on 9A. Before we move on to 9B, how does everybody feel about taking a 10-minute break?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Either before or after the break, I guess I was assuming I had about half a dozen pieces of feedback based on the discussion that's taken place so far that I'd like to offer regarding the operating budget. And again, I presumed other people had, in addition to questions, feedback. So whether we do that before or after the break, I'd like to make sure that we spend some time doing that.
Well, since it's still on this topic, how long do you think you'll need?
I can list them very quickly. Whether there's discussion or not about them is, that I can't possibly tell you how long it would take.
All right. Well, why don't we do that, and then we'll and Sarah, I saw that you had just a couple comments or questions. Okay.
I do too. I thought we were just doing questions before, Mayor.
No, I'm fine with me. I'm fine. We can. Why don't we finish up this topic and then we'll take a break. So go ahead, Mark, followed by Sarah and then Adam.
Okay, thank you, Ron. So again, these are just my perspective on things that I would like to see adjusted in the budget before we actually move to adopt it at our next meeting. This first one spans both the capital budget and the operating budget, or our reserves. I was one of the people who supported doing more work to bring our streets up to a better condition. I no longer feel that urgency given all the other things that the city is facing. So spending $5 million doing that, I have no interest in doing that. I'm not saying I wouldn't support doing some more than what we normally do, but not that level of spending. I think it's great that Parks and Rec has managed to be creative, as Laura and Amy pointed out, with their activities for the community. I personally would like to see more of their budget restored, not necessarily on those specific line items, but I just think this is a desperate time for our community members, elderly, children, after school, whatever we can do to try and mitigate the insanity of the world that we're living in, I would like to see done. So, cut back specific programs, but add other programs. So I'd like to see more resources pushed that way. I would like to see some, I'll say, consideration, which might mean in the end nothing, but some additional consideration for supporting the San Carlos School District. At least staff-to-staff discussions there to see if there's something we could do. I think it's great that Chuck described all the things that are going to be coming forward on wildfire risk mitigation, including particularly the ones that aren't going to cost us anything. But we had a very long list of things that we wanted to do, and the wildfire risk is not going away. And in fact, we've seen plenty of demonstrations of how it's literally on our doorstep. And I'd like to see more resources allocated to that general topic, some things on the list that the council came up with that we ought to be pursuing. I personally would also like to see us evaluate, maybe under Parks and Rec's authorization or control, that something along the lines of that student learning childcare thing that Millbrae has launched, to see whether we could do something similar, even on a small scale. And then finally, the last thing related to the conversation that Al and I had, I am perplexed by the fact that every time it seems like we discuss the issue of development on the east side, and despite the fact that multiple council members keep focusing back on addition to managing the economic development properly, there's a lot of discussion about jobs housing balance and doing something about the housing side of things. That seems to have been a fairly clear and repeating element of council perspective in the last year. I could be wrong about that, but that's what I keep hearing. And yet it always seems to devolve to talking about, well, we're going to do a great job about managing the economic development. Managing economic development is only one half of the jobs housing balance equation. And the council is perfectly free to step back from the things it said previously about doing something about the jobs housing balance, but unless and until we do, resources need to be deployed against working that. And I don't know that I see them in the budget. And so in that sense, I'd like to see them in the budget. Thank you.
Okay, next is Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll follow Mark's lead and just kind of list out some things that were top of mind for me in the budget. I would like for us to consider keeping the Laurel Street lighting for the holidays. I think that we are going to be entering a winter time that is going to be uncertain, and we've heard a lot from our downtown retailers about the very difficult business environment that they're facing. And I think having the lighting project done during the holidays helps attract people downtown. And I think that would be something worthy to consider adding back in. I'm also interested in having a talk about, I don't know, I can go either way, I guess, on the community survey, but I think that our society has gone through such a tectonic shift in the last 6 months with COVID that I think now would be an especially interesting time to do the community survey. And as we talk about the East Side development, I would be interested in hearing from the community about benefits that they would like on the East Side. So I would be interested in revisiting that. Building on what Mark said about the East Side planning, I know Laura and I are on the subcommittee, and I'm looking very forward to that conversation as well with staff next week. This was our top strategic goal for the year. And while I understand, and I said this at the retreat too, I understand that things have changed. I too am looking for a holistic plan. Many of us have said that many times. So I'll bring this up when we talk about the capital budget as well, but I'm with Mark that I think that street resurfacing is really important and we should definitely do more, but whether that's $5 million, I'm not sure if we need to look at funding something for the East Side. And I also want to add to Mark's just kind of inquiry into Parks and Rec. I do think that now is a time to be very creative, and you know, I'm just wondering if further discussions need to be held with the school district. The school district is running programs to help children with distance learning for, you know, children of essential workers who can't stay home with their kids. If there is a big demand in the community, which I'm not sure there is, it's unclear to me. I think the surveys show a third of the people want childcare, a third of the people don't, and a third of the people are unsure. So it's a very difficult time to navigate childcare, but you know, if those conversations can be held a little more in depth, I would be interested in, you know, seeing if there's funding that's needed for that. And also wildfires. I agree with Mark that that's just a huge concern right now, and we shouldn't let that one go. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Adam?
Thank you, Mayor Collins. I think everyone kind of stole all my stuff. That's what happens the later you go in the discussion. But I was going to mention about the holiday lights as well. I think given everything that everyone's been through, things like that are at least something for people to look forward to in a minimal cost. I agree with Mark and Sarah that, you know, I think if we can find some creative solutions that make sense and aren't, or, you know, to some degree cost effective. I don't want to look at programs that are going to, you know, we're going to sort of be a whipsaw where we have some in-person things and then we have to close down and clean everything and come back and forth. So I think if we feel like there are programs that make sense for the Park and Rec side, then I'm certainly open to exploring that. And also on wildfires, I'm interested in looking to see what we could do more around that. And I think for me, the biggest piece is, you know, we have said time and again about the East Side and the having some holistic plan on that. And while I agree on the roads piece, I would be happy to cut some funding from roads, do an increase to you know, bring our roads more in line with the, you know, with the rest of the county. But I would very strongly want to put more funding back into East Side in terms of our planning, what we're looking at, and doing a holistic approach. To me, that remains a high priority because I think, as I think was mentioned, the development is still happening, it's still going on, and it's not going to stop even if you know, the rest of the world is at this point.
Thanks, Adam. Laura?
Thank you, Mayor Collins. Yeah, so I appreciate what my colleagues are saying, and I really think it's a delicate balance of trying to navigate these very uncertain times for which there's great uncertainty, and it's very difficult to predict what's going to happen next and what's around the corner. It feels like we're, you know, one crisis after another we're having to deal with, along with continuing to maintain the city infrastructure. So I'm looking forward to the capital investment portion of our discussion in the next item to kind of flesh out some of the ideas that were expressed here. My understanding, and maybe Al, you could speak to this, is you know, there is work underway around the housing effort. There was a subcommittee last week, and maybe I think you talked about this at the mid-year retreat, so I'd like to hear you share your perspective on that, because that is our number 2 strategic goal. The other thing is, you know, in conversations that I've had with staff in preparation for today, my understanding is that, you know, we're looking at kind of the key changes in the budget, you know, what we're cutting and what's coming up. But for overall, I think I'm hearing that there are efforts underway to ensure that we stay true to our strategic plan and the sentiment shared last week at the mid-year retreat. So, and holiday lights, yes. So I'm glad that that was brought up, because when I saw that that was cut from the budget, all of it was really hard to see, but that one in particular, that one stung a little bit. And it sounds like we do have some dollars, a little bit of a cushion that staff left for us to consider. So Al, if you could maybe talk to us about housing, that would be fantastic.
Certainly. Thank you. With regard to housing, the city has embarked on a really significant strategic objective of the City Council, which is to update the city's general plan, in particular the housing element and other sections of the general plan, including the safety element, which touches upon some of the discussions we've had tonight about disaster preparedness. And so just last week, we kicked off the general plan housing update with the City Council Housing Subcommittee, and Laura Palmer Lohan and the mayor were on the committee. And we have a really great consultant and a good team set up, and we'll be looking at, primarily we'll start with the areas of the city that already have housing, where we'll see about where we can fit more housing into our community in places that are closer to rapid transit and things like that in the El Camino Real corridor and in and around downtown. So we'll be looking at housing. We'll be required as a city to build more units than we ever have in the past, I think by the state of California. There's a thing called the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, and they assign housing requirements to every city in the state of California. So we anticipate that there will be higher numbers for the houses that we need to provide in our community, or at least show that we can. So there will be a number of community meetings and a great deal of community outreach that we will be doing in the coming months. And we really look forward to this. And there's going to be lots of ideas with it, but I think the plan that we have in place is really exciting, and it will allow the community to really take a look at some of the areas where we can and could put housing.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Laura, and thank you, Al.
Ron, if you don't mind, I just wanted to make a point that I think was missed. There's been some discussion here about wildfire and these list from council. It hasn't been mentioned that that was the PSPS list. I'm assuming that's what it is. And we're doing a lot of work. Fortunately, a lot of those tasks are going to be able to be afforded under our current budget. And we're making a lot of progress. We've already identified areas and set them up for community resource centers. We've got a guidebook that's in process and should be going out soon. So we're working down that list very, very diligently, and didn't need any additional funding to take care of that. I hope that's what the list is that's been referred to.
I would hope so as well, and that's great to hear, because that is a big, obviously right now with what's happening, everybody is extremely concerned, as you've heard tonight. I'll just add a couple of things. I think what I'm hearing, some of the things we're talking about, holiday lights and some other items probably aren't that big of expenses that we can't find a way to build them back in. But when it comes to the street resurfacing project, I'm going to take a little contrarian view there. I just think it's bad to kick that can down the road. Streets only get worse, and after 8-9 years in this council and getting our State of the Streets report every year, when certain streets get past certain points, they start to deteriorate very rapidly, and it costs way more money to fix them in the long run. I think that's a classic case of penny wise and pound foolish. I don't mind cutting maybe a little bit out of it, but particularly South Laurel from Royal south is really in poor condition, not to mention many other streets that we really need to pay attention to. When it comes to commercial development, I realize that it's sort of a two-headed monster there, in that it brings revenue, but it also creates jobs, and we're not focusing, and we're not building enough housing. I get that. Every city in the county, probably in the country, has that problem. But commercial development brings us, not only do they bring us development fees, but once they're built, they bring us property taxes, they bring us sales taxes. They are really the goose that is laying the egg of the revenue that we use to operate the city. And I'm thinking maybe what we should do, I don't want to invalidate the argument that we keep bringing in jobs and not building the housing, but maybe we need to change how we talk to commercial developers about housing when they do come in with projects. That conversation, I believe, can change, or when we start talking about community development and that sort of thing. They do contribute to an affordable housing fund, that is true, but those affordable housing funds are, taking a long time to accumulate. We have to find the land and the developers, the nonprofit developers to partner with to build them. So maybe one of the things we can work on is working with commercial developers to ask them to help us solve more immediate market rate workforce housing needs. I don't want to just start slowing down that process or putting moratoriums on it, because that's really one of the economic engines that has gotten us to where we are at this point. Okay, if there are no other comments, yes, sir. Yeah, Mark?
I think this has been a great discussion. I actually personally wouldn't mind if after the break, if people want to continue it a little bit, that we do it, because I think that this actually is the most important part of the budget discussion, because it's what generates the guidance back to staff for them to revise the document that we're going to approve. So if my colleagues want to, I'm happy to spend more time after the break discussing this. And I just wanted to mention, I thought you did a nice job summarizing some things that we could do differently going forward about housing and development. But you also highlighted, and I know you know this, you actually highlighted what all of us know is kind of the dirty little secret of local government, which is we always want to have commercial development because it pays the bills. Having the people live here, that's not so desirable. And I understand the logic. It's the logic that every community around us reaches. I'm not even saying I haven't in the past sometimes supported that. But we also need to remember that these are people too, and basically what we're doing is financing our city on the back of their lifestyle, okay, by not providing housing. And that's why I like the notion of essential housing rather than affordable housing, because those people are essential to us and we ought to treat them that way. So,
and
anyway.
I do not disagree with you. I also think it's probably a good idea after we take a 10-minute break to maybe do a little bit of just review and find out where the council would like to go with this before we move on to the next item. All right. So why don't we come back at 9:20 if everyone's all right with that?
Sure.
Okay. Sounds good. Are we live again, Crystal?
Yep, we're live.
Great. Okay, so before we move on to 9B, the capital improvement budget, I think we agreed that we were going to entertain some ideas and thoughts from council members as to where we take this particular operating budget and what we recommend to staff at this point. Laura, do you want to start it off?
Yeah, I want to touch on it. Just point of clarification. I think when it comes to capital improvements, we're going to be talking about that in the next agenda item 9B. Is that correct? So when we talk about streets, et cetera, that'll happen there.
That's correct. In terms of the item related to the $5 million on streets, we could probably put a pin in that for this version of the discussion of the capital budget.
Got it. Okay.
Because you're going to get more information in that presentation, which you would probably want before you start having that particular discussion. But I think pretty much everything else that was listed is operating budget stuff.
Okay, great. So I just want to circle back to a couple of the suggestions that Councilmember McDowell made with respect to the school programming and trying to understand the need for after-school care or in-school care for distance learning. I continue to hear that childcare and distance learning is a challenge for working parents, and it sounds like there's a pilot program underway and it's undersubscribed according to Amy, and I don't know what all the reasons are for that, but I'm just wondering, is there an opportunity for that to be taken up with the 2+2 committee to explore, to further understand what the problems are, and then with Parks and Rec, alongside to try to ideate and understand what potential solutions may be. So that's one area. And with respect to the community survey, I am also concerned about us making decisions based on last year's data, knowing that this year is completely different. That being said, it was pointed out to me that there is a particular role that community members believe that the city is responsible for, and infrastructure is one of them, and those are often kind of the more I don't know how you would put it, but brass tacks or tried and true things that need to be done. So that being said, if we don't do the traditional survey, which I'm okay with, would we leverage other channels of communication to get feedback from the community about what's on their mind? So in other words, we've got the Shape San Carlos. Would we promote that? Would we do community conversations to understand how their lives have been impacted with respect to COVID and what they're looking for? Because I've heard a lot of advocation for increasing Parks and Rec programs. But again, what specifically would that look like? We have some suggestions from some community advocacy groups with specific projects, but we haven't talked about those things holistically. So just throwing that out there. Those are my curiosities and wonders.
Adam?
I thought someone was going to answer Laura's question first, but I'm happy to.
I did know that there was an answer coming, and maybe Jeff wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was for staff or if that was
whoever can field those questions. Whoever wants to answer.
Yeah, that was definitely as I look at the list of the things that the council just touched on, there certainly is a theme around child care, after school care, distance learning, those types of things. Obviously not with any sort of specifics on like what those programs might be or if those opportunities will actually come to exist. So one of the things, typically that you would do in a budget like related to something with that kind of uncertainty is just to set some money aside, even if it's just seed money. $30,000 or $40,000 goes actually quite a long ways when we're talking about part-time employees, which is what we're talking about here, or working with a third-party vendor to do something in one of our parks or in one of our facilities or that kind of thing. So if the council wanted to just earmark some amount of money that you felt was appropriate for that function, so that Amy had resources as she, because she's going to continue to be plugged into that issue regardless of whether she's got, money resources to do anything or not. She's going to continue to be part of those conversations with the school district and with the community. So if she had some resources, that would allow her to move a little bit more quickly if those opportunities arise to do so. And then if we needed more financial support for the council, or if, the program was, in some way needing additional resources, we could come back to the council with that opportunity at the time for augmented funding or whatnot. That would be one suggestion on how you might approach that right now, because obviously we're not going to, invent the programs here tonight at this meeting.
And then what about community feedback about city services and priorities from the residents' perspective?
The survey question that Sarah brought up. Yeah, so I think, obviously, we're staff people, so, we're like data wonks. We love data. And the survey is, one of the more interesting data points that we do. The survey hasn't existed for all that long. I think we've done it for like maybe 6 or 7 years now. And originally when we started out, we did it every other year. So we could, it wouldn't be that big of a deal if we did take this year off in terms of collecting that data in the grand scheme of data collection as we build those trend lines. But also, as Councilmember McDowell pointed out, this is a pretty interesting year. So I have no doubt that the data would be interesting that we collect. Whether or not it would be relevant, and fresh a year later, who knows? But it would certainly be interesting, and it might be a once in 100-year opportunity to collect that data. So, I could kind of argue it both ways for you. So it's really more a matter of, what the council feels comfortable with, and just how big of a priority that is for you. Certainly we'd love to do it if the council has an interest in, making that a priority.
Yeah, I guess my feeling about it would be that if, given the circumstances are so different now, would the same methodology and line of questioning still hold true, or would there need to be some development work to better understand how we approach a quantitative survey such as this under these circumstances? So that's just my last comment. No need to respond.
Jeff, remind me again what we budgeted for the survey, please.
I'm going to need Rebecca or Tara to give you that number. I thought it was like around $30,000.
Yeah, I was going to say 40, but I don't remember.
It's 30,000.
30,000. Okay, thank you. Adam?
Thank you, Mayor Collins. And then Laura, I'll just answer your question. So we can certainly ask at the 2+2 the agendas to have them give an update on sort of their after school program, childcare program, where things are. So we have a sense, an update in a sense for where things are on that aspect. I'm happy to ask for that to be on the agenda.
Right. Thank you, Adam.
And then I guess from my point, I would just want to, I know we talked about sort of the roads as sort of for the next discussion, but I think the PG&E money is potentially relevant because that's general fund money, as I understand that. So I'd be more inclined, as part of the roads discussion, to reduce the portion that we were going to send over to the gas tax fund by maybe $500,000 or some number to focus on and put that money towards the east side, towards planning and making sure we have enough resources to. Because for me, this is about looking at the infrastructure, what kind of services are there, transportation. It's the there's potential for open space. It's a big nut to crack, and I want to make sure we're funded enough to do that. I think it's transformational, and I don't want to skimp on that.
Jeff, how would that money be used?
So, well, I think we'll need to hear from Al a little bit in terms of if we're revisiting the East Side study. That's got a price tag of $1.5 million. So I think I'm not sure that there's really much of an option for $500,000. So I think we need to focus on getting to that $1.5 million if that's the priority. But Al might have some other thoughts too. So let's let Al chime in.
Jeff, I think that's the correct number, and it would be comprehensive. So if we went back to the plan that and I believe the council was envisioning back a ways, we would be looking at land use and placemaking, comprehensive transportation and circulation analysis, including, what kind of streetscapes do you want there? How do you want mobility to work, both for cars and pedestrians? And you'd be looking at the environmental components of it, and you'd be looking at community benefits and other policy issues. Mm-hmm. So when we looked at this before, we got pretty close to presenting the council with a plan for moving forward with an East Side plan. And we went out and we did an RFP, and we got a bunch of proposals. And the top proposals that we got were in the $800,000 category for the consulting services for these projects. And that would include community engagement and everything else. But that's just for the consultant. So, and that would include environmental work and all the things that you need to develop a plan. But what we also need is somebody to oversee the consultant. And the challenge that we have, really don't have the resources to oversee that and a general plan update and all the big projects that we have on both the residential and the commercial side and the other objectives. So we really need some additional management resources to see the project through. So when you look at that and you look at senior management, I think Jeff's right. It would be about $1.5 million to do the project.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think it's worth it to find the funding to do that. If it's $1 million from PG&E and we dip into the reserves and fund it back next year, then I think it's worth doing that. I think it's a transformational project and we have to do it right.
Al, let's suppose for a moment we did that. What's the timeline?
Well, the timelines that we were getting were similar to the general plan, I think in the 20-month range. So we could, and we can look at that and see, I know that seems like a long time, but when you're looking at so much data and you're engaging with the community, and that includes, the commercial property owners, there's a lot of discussions that you need there. It takes time and effort, and you need to vet the data that you gather and you report. So we can look at the 20 months and see if we can do better than that, and we can certainly talk to some consultants about that. But that's about what the general range of proposals that we got when they came in.
Okay. Laura?
Thank you. So this isn't, I'm not advocating a position one way or the other with respect to this question, but I had heard that if we move forward with this area specific plan, that it could actually accelerate development. Is my understanding correct there, or help me understand what the implications would be from a impact in terms of what to our community if we had a site-specific plan such as this?
That's an interesting point. And what happens usually is, and this is a common trend in other cities, not just in San Carlos, where you see a pent-up demand for some type of development for a number of different reasons. And that's what we have here, right? In our case, biotechnology. And what you'll see is a certainty. Once the plan is in place, once the council and the community have adopted the plan, then there's certainty. And if the economics support that particular transformation then yes, you will see a great deal of activity in a shorter period of time. However, if the concern is that, it's going to be too much at one time, you can design the plan to accommodate phasing and timing and things like that. And so you can put lots of parameters within the plan to protect the community from, unintended consequences. So you're right that there is that pent-up demand. There's certainty for the development community, but I think you can control some of the negative aspects or some of the concerns with the plan itself.
Thank you.
Ron, I think you're muted.
Mark.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron. A couple of things just in passing. I found the discussion that Laura and Al were just having kind of interesting from a slightly different perspective. If having a plan creates more certainty and accelerates development, then perhaps one of the things the council ought to be thinking about is creating more uncertainty today about what we want to necessarily do, so that it'll slow down the pace of development, so we'll have time to actually complete the studies that we're talking about doing as an alternative to something else. So I just tossed it out there for people to think about. There may also be, by the way, just from discussions I've had in other contexts with Greg over the years, there may be some limitations about controlling timing of development. A general rule is private property owners they're all independent. I remember we had a discussion with there were 3 housing projects building on one street in San Carlos, and one of the neighbors got very upset, and we had to tell him, sorry, they met the rules, and the fact that they all want to build at the same time, we have no control over that. So just, we have to be careful about how much control over timing we have. I also just wanted to second what Adam and other people were saying, that the East Side situation, the jobs housing balance is so significant, and the development alone will be so transformational for San Carlos. We have to do it right. And whatever it takes to do that, we have to do it right. And, I think we actually have enough money in reserves to do it right. And if we didn't, I certainly would support cutting some other things in order to make sure we do it right, because it's that big a thing. I had some other comments about the street resurfacing thing, but my comments earlier were made in context of having reviewed the presentation that staff is going to give us in a few minutes tonight, but I'll hold those off until we actually get through the capital improvement project presentation.
Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep my comments brief. Al, thank you very much for your detailed explanations tonight. That's very helpful. And what you told the Vice Mayor gives me some hope. And I just want to echo what my colleagues have said, that I too would, and I'm looking forward to discussing this both in the capital budget and also with the Economic Development Subcommittee. But I think that we have to move forward with making this plan happen. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. And, I think that the fact that we have $1 million from PG&E here is, something that we should seriously consider putting towards that plan. So I'll reserve the rest of my thoughts until after Stephen's presentation. Thank you.
Okay, I guess we'll have to have that discussion. It does concern me a little bit that PG&E money was a result of a lawsuit that was really more related to public safety, and we're sort of getting far afield there. But I sense that I'm in the minority on that thought. Any other comments before we now move over to the capital improvement budget? All right. In that case, let us move on. We're going to start with Rebecca.
Good evening again, Rebecca Mendenhall, Administrative Services Director. So as mentioned before, we're going to now move into the capital side of the program tonight. You've heard a lot from me, so I'm going to turn the mic over to some of the other department directors so they can go through their projects in more detail for you. Crystal, can you go to the next slide? Thank you. So this chart is just a summary of the proposed capital spending for the next 5 years. And as I mentioned, the Public Works Director, Community Development Director, and Parks and Recreation Director will highlight some of those specifics. The majority of the proposed capital spending will be from the gas tax and the General Capital Fund. And as discussed, that was made possible based on the transfers that we're going to discuss more. The major projects in the next fiscal year include $5 million in the annual sewer rehab fund, or rehab project in the sewer fund. In the gas tax, there's $4 million of street resurfacing, $600,000 of sidewalk repair. In the General Capital Fund, this includes $1 million for fire station replacement, the Highlands Park turf replacement project, some wayfinding programs, and $640,000 in new projects that we'll get to in a moment. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen Machida, and he can start going through some of the more detail behind each project.
Good evening, City Council members. Mr. Mayor, City Council member Stephen Machida, Public Works Director. So as Rebecca had alluded to, I'll be presenting the capital improvement program as well as the Community Development Director, Al Savay, and the Parks and Recreation Director, Amy Newby. So let's start off. Okay. It's a little bit slow today. Crystal, it's not moving forward.
Okay, I'll go ahead and take it over.
Okay, so we'll start with sewer and wastewater projects. Basically, these projects are mainly, their funding sources mainly from sewer rates and the connection fees. So for fiscal 18-20, we had a funding of about $11.5 million. For this upcoming year, 2021, 5.5 or 5.2, excuse me. And for the balance of the 4 years, 21-25, 26.4 million. Next slide. So here's some of the pre-spruce projects in the sewer fund. So we have a financial plan rate study for 80,000, Shelford Drive landside investigation that's currently underway, or we need to start. Annual sewer system rehab at 8.5 million, annual on-call sewer contract 1.8. The closed caption sewer system inspection for about 400,000, annual sewer replacement about just under $700,000. So a lot of these projects you've probably heard about from past projects that we have presented. Crystal, next slide. So the annual sewer system rehabilitation previously approved budget 18-20 is $8.5 million. With the we annually spend about $4.25 million for the sewer rehab study. We're continuing the funding at $5 million each year, and basically this is to kind of take care of a lot of our aging sewer systems within our community. Next slide. So the annual sewer replacement, another project, these are replacing the actual sewer laterals that we kind of see from, since many of our sewer laterals are kind of the old versions and they've actually experienced some cracking, but basically for 18-20, about 675,000 with an annual expenditure about 337,000. From the previous year, we've actually rolled over about 156,000 to fiscal year 2021, and then we're continuing coming up, or 300,000 for 21, 22 to 24, 25. And again, this is to really take care of kind of the lower sewer laterals that we're finding as a result of either they're broken from roots, root intrusions, or just generally they fail. Next slide, please. So new funding requests, basically, it's very similar. We're going forward with the financial plan, the rate study for the wastewater treatment, the on-call sewer, the annual sewer system CCTV or closed caption TV inspection, the annual sewer lateral replacement, and then the sewer root foaming. And basically, the root foaming it's another methodology of cleaning the sanitary sewer system rather than actually physical maintenance means. It's used by chemical means. Next slide. So here we talk a little bit more about the root foaming. Here's a photo of the kind of the tree roots or plant roots that we might see in a sewer vein, and basically the root foaming will actually help dissolve those roots. So basically, we're looking 171,000 that's already been approved back in July 13th. So we're requesting 175,000 requested for the balance of the 4 years from fiscal year 21 to 25. And this will be an ongoing project. Okay, next slide. So now we get into the street and sidewalks. So basically this is the kind of the area that council really wants to discuss. But basically in 1820, we had a funding about $4.5 million for over those 2-year period. And for the 2021, we're looking at about 4.8 million. And then for the balance of the 4 years, the 21-25, about 10 million. And so basically this is gas tax, some transfers, grants, and general fund capital funding. Next slide, please. So here's a photo that you might have seen before, but basically these are photos of kind of the PCI ranges. So basically get to the upper left-hand corner, it's 70 to 100. That's very good paving. Lower left-hand, 50 to 69. That's fairly good. Upper right-hand, 30 to 49. That's starting to show a little bit wear, a little bit at risk, and then anything under 30 is poor. So basically, this is kind of a comparison that we use, or just kind of gives you a kind of rule of thumb of kind of the condition of pavement. Next slide, please. So previous approved projects, so 1820 annual surfacing about 3.6 per year, annual sidewalk about 780,000, and an annual traffic marking and striping about 150,000. Next slide, please. So what we're requesting for the 2020 to 2025 CIP, $4 million for this year on the annual street surfacing. The annual sidewalk is about just a little over $800,000 for sidewalk repair and reconstruction, and then the annual traffic marking and striping about $175,000, as you can see on the table. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about the street resurfacing or street rehab. So actually, staff looked at 4 different options. So we took kind of the basic pavement management study, and we looked at what are kind of the things that we can do to spend money and what it would do to the PCI or the pavement condition index for the streets. So the first scenario is our optimal level of rehab. Basically, that's spending about $7 million per year. And so over the next 5 years, that intended to get a PCI of 76. And as I mentioned from those previous photos, you've seen, you strive to get 70 or greater. And so this will kind of get us to where we would really want to be, and just in general have good streets. The second scenario is basically increase the level of rehab to about $4 million per year. And that kind of changes the PCI. It doesn't go up quite as much as the first one, but it does make a marked increase in our PCI. The third level, or third scenario, is our constant level of rehab. Basically, it's about $2.4 million per year. And that kind of gets us, it's a kind of a status quo, if you will. So we're currently at a PCI of 60 in our community. And so by doing so, we're generally going to keep that PCI about that level. It's not really going to go up. It might go up a little bit, but it could go down. And then what we're currently at $1.8 million per year of what we spend for street rehab. And just generally that you're going to see a decline in the PCI. And we have seen that probably over the last couple of years. We have seen a slight decline of our street conditions. One of the concerns that we have is once the streets do start to decline, they start to decline very quickly. And so, you don't want to really kind of get in that level, but, sometimes you have no choice. So next slide, please. So the first scenario, basically, real quickly, 7 million a year, you have 35 million total over a 5-year period. It does increase your PCI to 70 plus, and it will decrease your backlog of your streets for about $23 million. Remember, the payment management report, basically it says we have about $70 million of backlog. And so this will decrease it to 23 million. Scenario 2, please, next slide. As I mentioned, $4 million per year or 20 million over a total of 5 years. PCI increases from 65, backlog will increase to 42 million. Next slide, please. Scenario 3, 2.4, just about 2.5 million, 12 million over the 5-year period. PCI is going to remain constant at 60. Backlog will increase not much more, but it decreased to $45 million. And scenario 4 is $1.8 million per year, $9 million total 5-year period. Again, this is what we're currently spending. PCI, remains or decreases, and the backlog decreases to $46 million. Next slide, please. So basically what staff is recommending based on kind of what we saw or what we read in the community survey, what we wanted to try to improve the PCI, we're kind of recommending somewhat of a $4 million per year. And that would be closest matches scenario 2. Basically, PCI will increase. The number of streets affected will be similar to 3 and 4. We also believe because if you start spending more, it's probably going to be less disruptive to the safety run routes as well as affecting the traffic patterns. And then probably one of the critical things too is the project really can be performed by a current level of staffing. And then scenario 2 or scenario 3, we have a project, basically it's a cedar improvement. So basically from San Carlos Avenue to the city of Belmont limits, as well as Britton Avenue from El Camino to Laurel, that we actually received some grant funding of $575,000 grant, which we reimbursed. The project is approximately about $1 million. So what we were going to do is roll this project into the street resurfacing program, do the work, and then we could actually be reimbursed by this, little over $500,000 from, I believe this is a TCI or OBAG grant. So that's one of the reasons why we wanted to go with this is, number one, we really felt that it was what staff could do. It actually changes or increases our level of PCI, and we actually can, utilize or be able to secure that grant of $575,000. So next slide. So the annual street surfacing project, basically fiscal year 18 to 20, again, we have about $3.6 million. This is our current level of spending. So an annual amount of $1.8 million over those 2 years. What we are requesting for 2021 is $4 million to spend. And then from 21-25, and again, it's 2.275 average per year. It's not quite the $4 million, and that's one of the, basically, so what we would have to do is probably cobble together some additional funding to match the $4 million per year. Where the funding sources would come from is the $1 million from the PG&E settlement transfer, the $4 million facility improvement transfer, and then we would also anticipate, as mentioned before, the $575,000 TLC grant in 21-22. Again, just wanted to restate is I know when we had this discussion with the city manager as well as Rebecca and on my team, we wanted to make sure that, to make sure that whatever we're asking for, we feel confident that we will be able to accomplish. So the $4 million was the limit we really feel that we could accomplish. And it still makes some positive progress of increasing the streets PCI level. So the next project is our annual sidewalk repair reconstruction project. So for fiscal year 18-20, we budgeted $780,000 with the annual average about $390,000. So on July 13th, City Council appropriated a $600,000 in addition to the $239,000 rolled forward from the existing budget. Basically, this is kind of take care of the balance of that 400 backlog that we had talked about 2 years ago. We finished up the first 200 last year. We're finishing up the second 200 this year. So we anticipate completing that backlog of 400 by the end of this year, as well as probably finishing up some additional 100 backlog that kind of we just found out as a result of since we did the last inventory that identified those first 400 backlog accounts. I guess next slide, please. So general capital projects, 18-20, we had 18.2. For fiscal year 2021, 6.3 million. And then for the balance of the 4 years, 21-25 is 22,500,000. The primary funding sources are grants, capital funding, traffic impact fees, field use fees, and parking fees. So previous approved projects basically are the storm drain improvements, the Belmont Creek watershed improvements. That's a fire station 16, kind of replacement or the rehab of the entire station itself. The annual storm drain maintenance, this is essentially out cleaning out a lot of our channels. And the Four Corners traffic improvements. So previous approved projects in progress include the Laurel Street parking lot at El Camino Real or on El Camino Real, the North Crest Street park improvements, citywide wayfinding program, the pedestrian enhancement at Arroyo Cedar, Hemlock, and Orange Pathway, and then guardrail installation at the 7 Winding Way. So next slide, please. So previous approved projects continued, the Britton Avenue and Alameda de los Pueblos widening, the San Carlos Avenue pedestrian safety improvements. So this is continuation of our current project, our traffic calming improvements, as well as the 1201 San Carlos Avenue property acquisition. So Fire Station 16 replacement, basically the previous approved project was $900,000. We're not requesting any additional funding, but we have previous requested $1 million in 2021 and $5 million in 21-22 and 22-23. And basically this project, after we're at, it's about 60% design. And so far what we can tell is we're right on schedule to match this budget. Next slide, please. The existing Highlands Park synthetic turf replacement, we previously requested $200,000 in 2021, and then $1.5 million in 21-22, and then this was brought, the 1.5 million was brought forward in 2021, and this is really to replace the turf in Islands Field. Basically, I believe it's about 8 to 9 years old. And really, it's starting to see its end of its life. And so we thought it's probably best to actually make this change right now, or replace the turf right now. So new funding request for fiscal year 2020 to 2025. The Belmont Creek watershed improvement. So basically, this is kind of a continuation of the initial study, and it is to actually do the design of the channel itself. City of Belmont and San Mateo County are partners of this project. We also have the South Laurel employee parking lot on El Camino Real. This is for out year at 21-25, but this is actually do some improvements on that parking lot. We have pedestrian enhancement at Arroyo Cedar and Hemlock and Orange, and this is really more or less to accommodate a lot of the safe routes to school improvements. And the guardrail installation at 7 Winding Way. And it's again more of a safety improvement project on the street. Next slide, please. New funding request for 2020-2025 CIP. We have the San Carlos pedestrian safety improvement. We currently have 2021 at 300,000, and then out years of 1.2 million at 21-25. Traffic calming improvements. This is more so for a lot of the hawk signal, as well as some of the flashing beacons that we are going to install around town. Bicycle and pedestrian master plan improvements. So these are a lot of the projects that are identified in the PED master plan, PED and bike master plan, and what we're going to try to move forward with all of those projects identified. And then traffic signal analysis. Basically, this is looking at our signals and how we can operate and improve them. And then incorporation of our cameras for security. Next slide. So new funding request for fiscal year 2021-25, the business registration cashier system replacement, the citywide wayfinding program, as well as the Wheeler Plaza wayfinding signage, the Burton Park batting cages, and the Crestview track replacement. So this goes a little bit more detail. As I mentioned, the Belmont Creek watershed basically previously approved at 100,000. The new request for 2021 is 400,000. I currently had a meeting with the city of Belmont as well as San Mateo County. What we're finding is this: we may not need to use quite as all the 400,000, but we're still kind of working through the MOU on that. But this was kind of the original estimate that they thought it was going to be our share. So next slide, please. So San Carlos Avenue pedestrian improvement. This is previously approved $3.8 million. We're requesting in 2021 is 300,000. This is mainly for the design. And as I mentioned, this is a continuation of our current San Carlos Avenue pedestrian safety improvement. So this would take it from Wellington to Beverly. So the next phase. Next slide, please. Traffic calming improvements. We had 100,000 previous approved. The new request is 1.5 million. For 21-22 and 22-25 is about 150,000. Basically, this, as I mentioned before, this would be the rapid flashing beacons at 3 intersections and a new hawk signal on Belmont and El Camino Real. And then the next project is bicycle pedestrian master plan implementation. So we're looking at about $300,000 for the next 5 years. It's actually, accomplished a lot of the projects identified in the master plan. And then this project is traffic system signal analysis, and this is really to analyze all the traffic signals within our community to look for they have battery backups, as well as any improvements that we could do to improve some of the signal functions. This is a new project, Corporation Yard cameras. We anticipate needing approximately $100,000 to actually put security cameras in a corporation yard to monitor the activity in the yard, as well as for security purposes. New project, business registration and cashier system replacement. I think this is
mine.
I think you probably have a little bit more information on this.
Yeah, so 150,000 is proposed for this coming fiscal year to replace the city's existing business registration and cashiering applications. Both of those applications are owned and maintained by Progressive Solutions, or PSI. PSI filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy last November, and while they're still supporting our systems, these are critical applications for us, and we need to be sure we can process payments. So I think the next project is ALVS.
Okay, so this is the citywide wayfinding program, and the City Council previously approved a thoughtful and well-designed plan for a comprehensive citywide wayfinding signage. And the construction drawings have been completed for this project, and this is the second and final phase of this project, which would include the manufacturing and installation of the signs for this program. And the new request in this 2021 fiscal year is 300,000. And this is for the Wheeler Plaza parking garage. The interior of the garage is pretty much a gray box, and it's challenging for people to find their way around and to the second floor. And so this would really finish the Wheeler Plaza parking garage and make it the best addition for parking in the public that we can. It would include branding and wayfinding signage on the interior of the garage on both the first and second floor. And this is a request for $50,000 to complete this project, have it installed.
Hi there. Burton Park batting cages. It's a new request for this fiscal year. Last fall, Premia Capital came to our Parks and Recreation Foundation looking for a project to fund and kind of landed on this one. If you recall, back in March, while presenting their project to council, they did mention that they are committed to funding this project. And so you'll see, although we're requesting $215,000, we will have, it will be offset by the donation from the foundation and Premia Development. Next slide. And then the next project, again, a new project, the Crestview track replacement. Unfortunately, it is warping in several areas along the track. We've continued to have it repaired each year, and so it's come to a point where we will need to replace it. Next slide. This is just a quick snapshot of our Park and Loop projects or project. As you can see, we have one project funded through Park and Loop fees, and the requesting amount is $500,000. It's previously approved, and it's a Chilton Park improvements. Next slide. Next slide. Pretty simple. So Chilton Park improvements. This project has been previously approved. What we were waiting on was notification from the state on the Proposition 68 per capita funding. State was delayed in notifying cities and counties, and so we just heard back from them last month. Our allocations are $178,000, which will go towards offsetting the cost of the total cost of the project, which is budgeted at $500,000. And there are no new funding requests for this project. Thank you.
So moving on to housing projects, these are all below market rate. These are the two key below market rate housing projects that I'll be touching on tonight. One of them at 817 Walnut, you see in the fiscal year 1820, that funding was previously approved and that project is under construction. And in fiscal year 2021, we didn't ask for anything at that time as we were planning the next below market rate housing project in the city, and that is at Cherry Street. And we will, like we did for 817, we will need some additional seed funding to get that project going. And the unique thing about these projects is that they don't require, we're not asking for funds from the general fund. These are all restricted funds, housing and lieu fees and bond proceeds coming from separate funds from the general fund. Next, please. So the next project would be the Cherry Street below market rate housing project. The $2.875 million that you see was for property acquisition to make the project big enough to support a below market rate housing project. And for 817, that's the money that the city previously budgeted and contributed to that project, which is now under construction. Next. So for the Cherry Street below market rate housing is very similar to 817 in that the city, to make this happen with our partners, and we have HIP Housing and Eden Housing as our partners, the city will need to contribute some funds through our below market rate program and funds to make this project happen. And as you can see here, in the green box that you see along Cherry Street there, that's the area of the project. And the new request would be $4 million in fiscal year 21-22 for this project. That could be up to 30 below market rate housing units.
So I'm back. So the library, this is kind of really a snapshot funding for library projects. So fiscal year 2021, really zero funding. We're requesting zero funding for 2021. And then for the 4 years, 21-25, funding about $1 million. Next slide, please. And what this $1 million is to actually construct a library building, emergency backup power or emergency generator. Just to be clear, we did have a project in a former CIP program that actually was going to construct a transfer switch. However, upon further review and talking with my staff, actually adding transfer switch really doesn't provide that much extra security other than it does allow us to connect a trailer-mounted generator to the library itself. However, that means we would have to cart the generator from the yard down to the library. And unfortunately, once you kind of set up the library or set up or connect the generator to that building, you really can't move that you really can't move that generator elsewhere if you had another emergency, say you have another building that you need to connect power to. Once you site the generator in emergency, that generator stays at where it is. So we thought a better solution was actually, if in fact the library is going to be used for like the PSPS or some cooling center or a shelter, it might make sense in some sense to actually construct a generator, a permanent mounting generator in the library, similar to what we have in the city halls, and that would cost about $1 million itself. Next slide. So unfunded projects, basically, they originate from the master fund document. This is a full list of handouts included in the budget. So the total of unfunded projects is about $174 million. So next slide. I think that really concludes the presentation, and certainly we'll be happy to take any questions that council may have.
Mr. Mayor, can I move that we extend the meeting till 11 p.m.?
There's a second?
I'll second.
All right. Do we need a roll call for this?
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
Councilmember Wilbert?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parma Lohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Thank you, Adam. Okay. Crystal, do we have any members of the public who would like to comment?
No, I'm not seeing any calls at this time.
All right. Well, let's get on to questions. Mark, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of preparatory comments before questions. One is just as for future reference, I mean, again, even though I'm not going to be here, I would have found it more helpful to understand, looking at some of these financial projections, to get a clearer sense of when putting something in the budget for 2021 is actually committing the council to doing stuff in future years. I appreciated seeing the information on future years, but I could tell in some cases, each year the council gets an opportunity to decide how much it wants to spend. In other cases, depending on the project, it can't do that. And that degree of commitment would be, if there's a way to display that, would be helpful. I also understand that in a sense, the capital budget that we're going through here, since it's not actually authorizing the expenditure of any funds, these things are all going to come back to us for approval. So, we can dig into the value proposition on each one of them when they come back. But again, in some cases, it would be helpful to know more than just the cost, to have a better understanding of kind of why we're looking at spending the money. But as to questions, on the street resurfacing, I was going back in my memory on all the years I've been on the council, and what struck me is I'm pretty sure that every time we did a budget, the goal at least was don't let the pavement index drop. I don't think we ever once until recently tried to make it get better, but it was like, don't make the pavement drop, the index drop. And yet, I don't recall us spending anywhere near the level of funding we're talking about doing here just to keep the index the same. So I sort of question the basis of that number. I'm trying to understand why sort of holding things steady is suddenly a lot more expensive than it was a few years ago. So if Steve, if you could comment on that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. So I, probably 5, 6, even 7 years ago, basically when street rehab was actually done, basically you could really just do the street, just the asphalt portion as a result. So you can actually make your dollars go much further because you didn't really have to touch concrete curbs and the curb ramps. But as a result of probably, I believe it was in 2016, I believe there was a federal law that we had to, whenever you touch a street, especially do any type of rehab work on the street, you actually, and there was no curb ramps at the intersections, you had to install curb ramps, and they have to be all compliant. So that is one of the reasons why in many instances when we do spend the money now, you can say, well, why are we doing so much other work on concrete? Well, a lot of that we have to do that as a result of this new law, that once you actually rehab a street, you actually have to do the curb ramps itself.
And when we're looking at this under this new regimen, do we evaluate carefully whether or not, sort of doing the minimal that's required under the law and not necessarily replace all of the curbs, but just the ramps?
Right. So basically, what I've been having my staff we're trying to streamline the type of improvements that we do. So we're really looking more or less, where we mill and fill. Basically, this is kind of a rehab, or where we could actually put some additional oils down to kind of extend or lengthen the life of the road itself. So we do that. If you essentially just try to extend the life of the pavement itself, you don't necessarily have to do all the curb ramps. However, at some point you will.
I guess, obviously we're just speaking for ourselves. As I said before, I'm not interested in spending, the $4 or $5 million a year level on this particular project. I am certainly willing to support not letting things get worse until sort of the economic situation stabilizes. And, in that regard, sort of doing the least that we need to do in order to keep things from getting worse, that I would certainly support, even if the number is higher than what I was hoping it would be. But that's just where I'm coming from. I wouldn't be looking to do more than that at this particular point in time. The Crestview Track replacement project. I know that was relatively small, but a question I had there, I thought we had installed that relatively recently. So I know technically it wouldn't, even if it was recent, it's probably not under warranty, but I'm going to use the term warranty. I mean, do we have any recourse against the contractor to say, hey, wait a minute, this thing you installed is not lasting the way it was expected to?
Yeah, this was kind of before my time and Stephen's time. What we've learned about that project was there were issues. The city did go back to the contractor. About 40% of that track was replaced. The city accepted it, and down the road we've continued to have problems. So it is unfortunate, something that don't love asking for a project like this to replace this, but we're at a point where, for safety reasons, we need to replace it.
Understood. So just a brief follow-on question for my good attorney friend, Greg. When Amy was saying we accepted the settlement, I presume there's no basis that you can see for us going, wait a second.
It's probably depends on how it's worded, but a lot of times, when we have a warranty dispute, it's both sides want to end it at that point in time, and so we, for whatever reason, when we evaluated it, was deemed satisfactory at that time. But I'd be glad to look into it if there was any recourse.
Again, I'm just speaking for me. I wouldn't spend a lot of your scarce and valuable time on it, but a little bit of looking at it. If there really are defects, the people who did the work should be held accountable for it if there's a way to do it. Let's see. One other just quick question, I think, Steve, that I didn't quite understand when you were going through it. The library generator, it looked to me from the financial description that it was what I would consider self-funding, meaning it's not the money to pay for it is coming out of payments that tenants are making and various other sources, or is there something that's tapping into the general fund that I didn't see?
Well, this would be coming out of the library fund, but basically, yes, this is something that we would want to do. It just, as I mentioned, our thought was rather than install the transfer switch and kind of trailer over the generator.
And since it's coming, thank you. If it's coming out of the library funds, sort of a more general question, what other things might the library want to do that they would not be able to do because we took $1 million of library funds and built an emergency generator, which we need? So.
Well, basically, I believe we do have a reserve fund that we haven't found any use for the money yet, so it's just kind of stationed there.
Okay, that's fine. And I'm glad to hear that. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't like they wanted to do something else having to do with books or public access, and all of a sudden we were going to tell them, sorry, you can't do that because the money's gone. So, all right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I had for now.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Adam?
Thank you, Mayor Collins. I just had two quick questions. Stephen, can you give me, I saw that there's some funding put in for the Four Corners project, and I had thought that was kind of stalled and wasn't going anywhere, but it sounds like there's some movement on that. So can you just give me an update on the rationale around where that's going?
Sure, I'll be happy to. So basically, it's the Four Corners project basically is kind of being funded by both cities, City of San Carlos as well as City of Belmont. And because there's more intersections involved in the City of Belmont, Belmont is actually the lead agency. So they actually did the RFP to hire a design consultant, which they have, and they have done that. Unfortunately, as a result of some of the changeover from their staffing as well as the COVID issues, this hasn't moved as far as they had hoped, and so they're still kind of waiting to do a kickoff with both the consultant as well as with us to make sure that we're on the right track. But I think the bigger challenge is, although we may have some of the design fund covered. The biggest challenge is, coming up with a funding source to actually do the improvements.
Okay. So this is more just for the design phase for the early stages to kind of get that project kind of kicked off and at least moving.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
So, and did you want to add something?
I received this update from the Director of Public Works from Belmont here just today. So.
Okay. Great. No, thank you. I think that's great. I mean, it's been a project that's been sort of sitting around for a long time. So I'm glad to see that there's some movement on that. And I guess I would just sort of echo that. I think on the roads, I mean, I'd like to move towards getting that number up some, but I as I mentioned in the previous discussion, I'm also trying to prioritize some of the other things I think are critical for the city to do in terms of planning and development. So I'd like to try to find the right balance in that, knowing that I guess I'm a little bit more forward-leaning than Councilmember Olbert, and that I'd like to maybe try to nudge that number up a little bit. But I'm also not. I don't think I think there's other things you have to prioritize versus full funding for that.
All right, Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions, Stephen. Thank you for the great presentation. I noticed on the annual sewer lateral replacement that there's a backlog of approximately 180 laterals. And I'm wondering if the increase in funding, how much of the backlog will we be able to tackle this year and next year?
Well, as a result of COVID, I mean, we kind of have somewhat of a pause, even though, our contractor was still on board. We had a little bit of a pause, I think, just trying to figure out how to accomplish it. So I would say you would probably get at least half of the backlog done, probably by this fiscal year, and then moving forward. As I mentioned, the really tricky thing with sewer laterals is you don't know we have a problem until you actually have it. So in many instances, the problems of the sewer laterals don't surface until something goes wrong, either it breaks or you actually have a root that blocks your lateral itself. So we probably have a lot more laterals out there that we just don't know about. So, you know, I could say we do have all these backlogs, but, you know, as we start doing more of this CCTV camera work as well as the other group fully, we may actually determine we actually have more of a backlog than deficit.
Yeah, I understand that. You know, I'm a big fan of getting rid of backlogs. So thank you. That sounds good. I had a question for you on the traffic calming improvements with the 4 crosswalks. And if I'm reading it correctly, the funding is not for this budget, it's for the following year. So we're pushing those projects out a year. Am I understanding that correctly?
We are, however, that is something that, the unfortunate thing is we didn't have the funding. We were hoping to do it this coming year. Unfortunately, we just don't have the funding for the fund balances.
Stephen, I'm having trouble hearing you. Could you speak up a little bit, or?
I'm sorry. So unfortunately, we were hoping to do the actual construction work this year, but because of the fund balances, it didn't appear that the funding was available.
So I guess I'm just confused on what happened to the funding, because I know that, the people who had petitioned the city for the crosswalk at Britton and Woodlands, they've been waiting a couple of years, and they were told that that improvement would be done by the end of this summer, just a few months ago. So what changed?
Well, I think the budget, actually, the design was going to be complete this year, and we had to go back to council to actually get to accrue or to bring forward the funding. Unfortunately, looking at our budget, we just didn't have the money, to actually even ask for council to, or have the money budgeted to do the actual work.
Okay. Okay, I will comment on that after question time. And then just getting one question on the street resurfacing. In the proposed column of the budget, it looks like the $1 million from PG&E would not be used this year. There would be $5 million allocated, but you expected to get only through $4 million. Am I reading that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
Thanks, Sarah. Laura?
Thank you, Mayor Collins. Thank you, Stephen, for the presentation. Really appreciate it. So help me understand a little bit about this PCI index. It sounds like what I'm hearing you say is that if we were to continue to fund the street resurfacing at the current rate, we may end up in more of a catastrophic state or in condition of our streets. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what was the driver that, tell me a little bit more about why you landed on a $4 million a year investment at this point in time. And what is that going to buy you? Why is that the sweet spot? Why is it? Help me understand that.
Sure. So, as I mentioned, we look at the 4 different scenarios. And over the 4 different scenarios, we felt spending that $4 million, over the next 5 years, if you will, we would actually see a change in the PCI where it actually starts to increase. And it doesn't increase very rapidly, however, it does increase, and we start moving upwards. So we go, say from 60 to closer to 64, 65. That's not quite where, basically where we really want to try to be is at 70. That's where probably most cities strive to be, 70 or greater. We're not there yet using the $4 million, but at least it makes a movement as you go towards getting the condition of their streets better. The way we're currently spending, although it's fine, we could continue to do that. However, at some point in time, the streets, they age, just like anything, they age. And after a certain point in time, typically it's around, I would say about 5 to 6 years, it hits kind of a shoulder, if you will, on a curve. It hits a shoulder, and right around that period of time, if you don't really start doing some major work on those streets, they deteriorate very quickly over that time. Basically, it's my understanding that streets, typically have a life of about 12 to 15 years. And so once you get too far past that shoulder, if you will, it deteriorates very, very quickly. And so then that's when you start seeing more of the street failures. So it could go from really like say, for instance, 65, it could go to say 40 within a year or two. So it's very critical that you really identify that, that period of time, and you really try to save that street and try to keep it as high as possible.
Okay, so it sounds like what I'm hearing you say is that it's in part to get caught up, but then to stay ahead of it and get a bit better, combined with the fact that we also have to account for sidewalk improvements at the corners. Is that correct?
That's correct. Okay.
And then is there also economies of scale realized at this level of spend? Whereas if we were to drop below $4 million that we're losing economies of scales with the investment?
Well, there is always going to be a certain amount of economy of scales. I mean, obviously, the more you do, the more street miles you do, you can actually do some saving. However, you also have to realize there's the contrary fact where if that also includes additional intersections, now you actually have to do those, the curb ramps that we had talked about. Mm-hmm. But if it's just straight paving, that's usually an easier amount of work. And so those are the things that we really do have to identify. How can we actually make this more efficient, and so that we can actually do the work. So ideally, it's the more work we do, you would think it'd be easier or better, but that's not always the case, because it does. If you do, say, for instance, you go within the neighborhoods where you have a lot of blocks, if you will, then that also means you're going to have the corresponding curb ramps. And maybe this is not really answering your question. However, really basically what I really wanted to do, and then after having that discussion with the city manager, what we really want to do, we really didn't want to ask more than what we could spend, because we didn't want to leave any money on the table. And so we really felt the sweet spot, at least for my current staff, is at about $4 million a year. And this would include the curb ramps as well. So,
and that's effectively 9 months, right? Because between now and June, it's a new budget cycle. So is that okay. All right. And then the Four Corners, I'm concerned to see that that's pushed out. Pre-COVID, that area is a real nightmare for everyone. It's a real log jam. So I would just ask that if there's anything that we can do to, help Belmont along. It sounds like the ball is in their court, and I understand that. At the same time, I think we have a unique opportunity right now, given the fact that it's lightly traveled, to try to move forward on that a bit quicker.
Right. And so, as I mentioned, I did speak to the Director of Public Works at Belmont today, and kind of, he was receptive to kind of try to move this project forward a little bit faster than obviously it has gone. And so he is receptive. And so, I probably want to actually have another discussion with him to actually at least get the design under construction, and then we could start talking about cobbling the the construction money together.
Through the chair, a quick follow-up, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I just on that particular topic, I wanted to make sure. I thought I heard you say, Steve, a little earlier that the primary rate limiting factor right now is not really the designing time. It's the funding, particularly presumably for the two school districts, to come up with their share of the funding to actually pay for the project.
Well, that's part of it. However, I think from the design standpoint, we have that covered. This is you're talking about the Four Corners project.
Correct.
The design portion of it, we have that covered. The money is available and it's ready to go. It's just that they haven't done the kickoff, and it hasn't, that portion of the project hasn't.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about design. I'm talking about construction. I want to clarify. I thought you said that the construction was likely to be held up because of funding issues.
That is correct.
Yeah, right. That's what I wanted to make sure everybody was aware of. Thank you.
Laura, did you want to continue your discussion on this?
Yeah, that was it for now. Thank you.
Okay. I would really like to see whatever we could do to at least nudge the Four Corners project along since I've been involved with that for the last 7 years. It seems like it just always takes a back seat to everything else. So whatever we can do, I'd certainly like to leave that funding in there. So the question I had, Stephen, is that we have this $575,000 in grant funding for the annual resurfacing. Is there anything that we could do that would jeopardize that?
Well, obviously,
if we lower the funding or what? I mean, or is that an independent grant?
That's really an independent grant. We have the ability. Caltrans oversees the funding of this grant itself. I wanted to move this project forward. It's actually scheduled for next year. I wanted to move the project forward. Not so much because we were in danger of losing the grant, but basically you'd like to try to spend the grant money or receive the grant money as quickly as possible, because you never know, it may go away or you may actually lose it. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted to move this project into the street rehab project. So we would essentially spend $1 million to do that work identified in the grant. But then at the very end of the project, we receive reimbursement of the $575,000. It's my understanding that we really can't amend or adjust that money's amount. That's what the money, that's what we applied for, and that's what we really accepted.
Yeah, it's pretty crucial. Okay, I think we may have some more questions and we have to discuss next steps, but I understand that we have a public comment.
Yes, we do. Let me go ahead and admit her in. Oh, I can't see this. Good evening, caller ending in 632. Thank you for joining us tonight. You have 2 minutes to address the council, and your 2 minutes begins now. You should be. You were unmute. There you go. Sonia, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Can I give a public comment on this topic?
Go ahead.
I wanted to appreciate everyone as always. And regarding the gathering of public feedback and doing a survey, I just wanted to put out there that I feel like with as fast as things change right now, a static one-time survey, a snapshot is less useful than some sort of a kind of a perpetual meter of public sentiment, kind of something that can follow and that you can track, and that a person can change their vote and change their priority and realize tomorrow that they forgot something, and this is actually much more important than they realized. So if there's any way to to use a tool that is not expensive but can capture ongoing change in public sentiment, I would be interested in knowing if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Were there any other speakers, Crystal?
No other callers.
Okay. All right. Well, we are at 10:40 or so. I think we need to sort of move to giving staff some direction. But Ada, I see your hand went up again, so go ahead.
Sorry, I just had one quick question, Mayor Collins. Just so I understand it right, I'm going to follow up on Sarah's question. So the Infrastructure Reserve Fund, I assume that's a restricted fund. Is that right, Rebecca?
So the Facility Infrastructure Reserve was an assigned reserve that was set up by the city manager and basically approved by the council. So it is set up to use prior year savings that then we can transfer
from the general fund into the general capital fund or another capital fund.
And it's restricted to capital funds, though.
Well, it's an assigned use, so it's assigned to whatever the council decides they want to assign it to, essentially.
Okay. And so we could take a portion of, like, if I'm just guessing, like if we want to take the settlement money, which wasn't going to be used this year anyway, and take $500,000 off the infrastructure reserve fund, we could fund a different project out of the general fund.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Sarah?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment about the crosswalk issues that I raised earlier. And I guess I would be interested in having a breakdown on those 4 different crosswalks of the cost, because the vice mayor and I did some business outreach right before COVID hit, and we were told by a business owner on South Laurel that his employees were too scared to use the parking, the free public parking, because of the very dangerous crosswalk at El Camino and Belmont. And, you know, it seems like there's already some infrastructure there. So I'm curious as to what the cost would be to fix that. I know that there's infrastructure already at Britton and Tamarack that was just going to be updated. So I would be curious on, I really hate to push those projects out to 2021, 22. It seems like a long ways away. So that's my comment there. And with street resurfacing, you know, I'm frustrated that our streets are in such disrepair, because they are, and I do want to put money towards that. I guess where I fall is maybe in the 3 to 4 million, because I would like to increase our PCI to 65, which is still mediocre. So I'm sharing that too. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Stephen, can you give some guidance here to Sarah on the light at El Camino and Britton, or the replacement of the infrastructure that's there?
Sure. I don't have all the figures here. However, what we're anticipating doing at the Belmont El Camino intersection, basically, it's currently it's at the flashing beacon. We were going to actually replace it with a hawk signal. So that's those flashing signals that you might have seen on El Camino and various other cities. I think San Mateo has a few, and there's a few others. But basically, they're not quite as expensive as a regular traffic signal. Most traffic signals between 600 and 800,000. But it's probably pretty close. It's about $400,000 for that signal. It does need to be designed. We're in the process of getting it designed, but it has been completed. So that would be one of the components of that $1.5 million that we're asking for. The other, I think the flashing beacons, I believe those are, probably, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and I probably don't even want to guess, because I don't want to give you a false number.
When you say flashing beacons, are you referring to it?
So those are, I'm sorry for cutting you off. Those are the rapid flashing beacons. No. I think we have a set of rapid flashing beacon on Alameda de los Pueblos near Alma. That's kind of the newer style. So the style at Tamarack, it's the round beacons, and they're probably hard to see. We want to change those heads out, as Council Member McDowell had said, change those heads out to go with the more modern style that has the LED, and they flash very rapidly, so they do catch your eye very quickly. We're probably putting one there at Tamarack. We want to put one there at Woodland, and then one up on the hill near on Crestview, near Crestview Park.
Okay, but not at El Camino and Belmont, where I want to put the hawk light, right?
I'm sorry. Yes, at Belmont and El Camino, we would put the flashing beacon or that hawk signal, which is
okay. Sorry, red. Late hour, I was starting to get a little confused. Okay, Mark, you had another question or more?
Yes, actually, just a couple of observations just to throw into the mix. One was sparked by Adam's question, discussion with Rebecca. And if you guys remember nothing else about me after I'm gone, I would ask you to remember that in general, the reserve line items are utterly meaningless from the council's point of view, okay? There are some that are restricted, like housing, but basically everything else is notional, or rather, it is binding on staff. Staff can't move the money around except in certain limited circumstances. Jeff has some authority to do that. But a majority of the council can redeploy money from pocket A to pocket B to pocket C, whenever it wants. It has to meet legal standards, and we can't be doing it to have a party for ourselves. But just remember, you could almost dump all that money into one bucket and just say, okay, we're going to manage that one bucket, because that's what it is. The other thing I was going to just mention is I actually support what Sarah was saying of that El Camino crossing situation. I do think it would be useful for the sort of continued viability of the southern part of Laurel Street for us to do something to mitigate that situation. I do want to caution, however, and I know I'm a broken record about this, San Carlos has kind of gotten itself into a trap over the last few decades where basically the city is on the hook for providing free parking. And that's not, there are famous books written about there is no such thing as free parking. Somebody's paying for it. I'd still like to see us move forward with that project. In an ideal world, I wouldn't mind some kind of financial structure that has the commercial and retail businesses to benefit from that down on the south end of Laurel Street, paying for some portion of the cost. Not right now because they're hurting like everybody else is because of COVID-19. But, in an ideal world, there'd be some way for them to chip in part of the cost too, because it benefits them. And there's no reason for the community to have to pay 100% of that cost just to subsidize their business. So anyway, but I support the idea of it'd be nice to move forward with that in some fashion.
Thank you, Mark. At this point, Jeff, can you just kind of quickly outline exactly what sort of direction that you'd like from us at this point?
Well, I think what we'd like to do is understand, what the council's support and intent is on a few of these items that have been brought up by the council, so that we could be sure to include them in the final budget budget package for adoption in September. And so certainly there's been a lot of discussion about street repaving and the East Side study. So I think we need to get clear direction there. Okay. It seemed to me like there was majority support for adding back the holiday lighting and putting $40,000 into the Parks and Rec budget specific to any childcare, after-school programming, learning programs that might become an option for us, and continue to work with the school district and private vendors on those. It wasn't clear to me whether or not there was support for doing the survey again, but so we'd be looking for clarification there. And then it's not quite clear to me whether or not we can push up the crosswalks that we were just talking about based on where they are with the design. I just wasn't clear whether or not it's a funding issue or it's just those are in process and that's when they'll be done and be ready to be built. So Stephen, maybe you could make that clear. Maybe it's clear to the council and I just missed it. There were a few other things that Mark brought up early on that he was the only one, so I'm not clear whether or not there's interest from the council on that. Wildfire came up a little bit, but in talking with the chief and Rebecca, behind the scenes here. It seems like they believe that we do have adequate funding in the budget right now to continue to do more work in that area in the coming year. So it will certainly remain a priority, and we'll be doing work. But I'm not aware of what additional money we would need or what we would use that money for. So I'm not sure if that was a council spending priority or they were just calling it out as an important priority for stuff that's already happening within the budget context. So I think that's kind of my summary. I don't know if I missed anything, so feel free to chime in if you feel like I did.
So let's go back a little bit on the street resurfacing and the study. Are you looking for hard numbers? In other words, how much is everybody comfortable with allocating on the streets, on the surfacing, on the, well, sounds like this, we were ambivalent about the survey. But am I hearing that correctly? In terms of, you know, what we're gonna, how much we're really comfortable allocating on the streets, let's just start there. And then we'll move on to the East Side study.
Yeah, and I the only council member I recall having specifically talked numbers was Adam. And I think, Adam, what I heard you say was take the $1 million of the PG&E money out of the gas tax fund, apply it towards the East Side study, and then possibly use an additional $500,000 from the reserve to fund that study. Is that correct?
That's right. And I would, and then so that would, to me, that would put about $3.5 million into roads versus $4 million. And I think Sarah mentioned something about $3 to $4 million in the roads area, but I'll let her, I don't want to speak for her.
No, I agree with that. Yeah, all of it. Mm-hmm.
Does that $3.5 million include that $575,000 credit that we get? Does that
I believe it does.
Grant money.
Yeah, I believe that includes all the funding sources, so it should include that. Correct, Stephen?
Stephen, are you there?
I thought Stephen said we'd see that funding probably in the following year.
It's reimbursed after the project is complete. So I think the $3.5 million would be City of San Carlos funds.
And then,
okay.
Jeff or Stephen or Jeff, I guess maybe even Rebecca can weigh in on this. Is there a way to do both? That, I mean, do we have? Actually, to Mark's point, you know, we've got these reserve items. You know, we have this reserve that we can spend. Is there a way that we can allocate money for the money that Sarah and Adam also want for the East Side study, but still maintain the $4 million for the street repair by moving money from some other place?
So if I were on the council and I wanted to make that proposal, I think the way that I would do it, Mr. Mayor, is I would suggest that you allocate an additional $500,000 to $1 million, depending on, you know, how close you want to get to the original proposal, right? Because Adam's proposal would take $1 million out,
right,
of the street funding. So you could ask your colleagues if they would like to allocate, sort of to Mark's point, an additional $500 to $1 million of additional funding out of the infrastructure reserve. So the reserve would come down that much lower because you're doing both,
right?
And you know, we go from there.
Okay, because I even though I don't necessarily agree that the East Side study is as high a priority as my council member mates do, I understand that it is a priority for those of you who are for it, and because it is, I agree that, you know, I'm agreeable that the money ought to be there, but I don't want to do it at the expense of allocating the necessary money for the street repair. So if there's another council member that's in agreement with me, then maybe we can find a way to ask staff to do both I'd certainly be in favor of that, because those seem to be, to me, the two big ticket items, surveys and even, putting in hawk lights and flashing lights at other cities, at other intersections. So sort of pale in comparison to that study and the street resurfacing. So anybody have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so Mayor Collins, so this is where I feel like we're trying to strike that balance, right, between, we have difficult choices that we have to make, and we don't have perfect information.
No, we don't.
What I'm hearing from Al is that there is an alternative way to get us where we need to be with respect to the east side. And so it sounds, what I'm hearing, and yet I don't know that we fully appreciate what that alternative path forward looks like, right? So I guess my concern would be, putting 1.5 million down on the deluxe version of, addressing the east side.
I'm sorry to interrupt, council member, but before time runs out, we're going to need a meeting extension.
Yes, I was about to propose that. We have a motion to extend the meeting.
I move to extend meeting to 11:15, 11:30.
Well, we hope we don't go to 11:30, but why don't let's go with that so we don't have to do it again at 11:15.
All right.
I'll second the 11:30.
All right. Crystal?
Vice Mayor Parmalona?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. There we go, with a few seconds to spare. Okay. Thank you, Jeff.
So my point is, so I guess what I'm thinking about is, I think that the budget as it's proposed is balanced, and I think it makes sense. And I also appreciate that not until an item comes before us are we actually expending those dollars, right? So is there a possibility that we could, so the concern I have about the streets, based on what Stephen is telling me, is that problem could get a whole lot worse and be a lot more expensive down the road, right? So I don't want to cut off my nose to spite my face, and I'm trying to figure out how we balance the limited funding that we have with the big projects that we have in front of us. And it sounds like to me, what I've learned this evening is that we have delayed and deferred and continue to kick down the road resurfacing, and then in the meanwhile, additional requirements were placed upon us in order to get those up to standard, right? So that is just potentially going to be more costly. Al, it sounds like, has another potential path forward with respect to the east side that he believes could potentially get us to where we need to be, so that development enhances our community, on top of the fact that the housing element is also underway. So my thinking here is that we keep in mind our concerns about these priorities that we're facing, move forward with the budget as proposed, and then after we learn more, we can always make adjustments with respect to how we go about the expenditures. Am I making myself clear?
Yes.
I know it's late.
Well, to me, you are. I like that. I like that proposal.
Chair?
Yes, Mark.
I actually, given as Laura said, the issue of the actual expenditures will come later upon a more detailed review. I actually don't have a problem with, I think I said this before, if there ever was a year where we were going to choose to deficit spend, this is it, okay? The whole point of having reserves is so that when things come up that your income is dropping, but there's still stuff that you got to do that you can't legitimately put off, that you do them, and you're able to do them. So I'm not particularly concerned about having a balanced budget in this particular circumstance. Obviously, we can't go utterly wild, but nobody's talking about going utterly wild. They're talking about doing things that are important and are in the community's interest. So I'd be happy to pursue what Jeff was talking about, to build on what Adam was saying, and tap into some of the reserves a little bit more deeply. and just have a deficit budget. I will say that, you know, I think the general consensus is going to end up be spending more money on road maintenance than I perhaps personally might choose to do. I tend to look at that kind of stuff a little bit differently. It's in a crisis, deal with the problems that you have to deal with today. Don't deal with the problems that you don't have to deal with today. And you know, that was why I was not supportive of prepaying $7 million on the pension liability, because that's a 2025 or 2030 problem. It's not a 2020 problem. Similarly, the roads, if we at least maintain them, that's not a 2020 problem either. But you know, by all means, if people want to make a down payment on making the roads a little bit better, fine. Let's deficit spend. Let's choose to do that. Okay, we have the money.
All right, Adam.
Thank you, Mayor Collins. What I understand is what Stephen put in for the roads is if we spend 2.4 million, it's about maintaining where we were. And I think what I was proposing that we would spend over $1 million more than that by taking the PG&E money, which was supposed to be set for next fiscal year anyway, and just reduce the amount by, or we could go the Jeff approach as well. But I still think we're incrementally spending significantly more on roads towards improvement of roads. We're going beyond. The road number is going to go up if we're spending $3.5 million versus 2.4 or the 1.8 we were spending before. So I just think we can sort of get both. And for me, I just don't agree with the idea of kind of shoestringing or not putting as much as we can into this East Side project, because I think it has to do with housing potentially, with the commercial development. It is a huge undertaking, and I am prepared to dip in and spend more money on that because I think it is something that's going to affect us for the next 50 years. And I would not want to get in a position where we're waiting, because I also think that money is not money that we have to wait to see on, because to me it is, we're either going to make the commitment to do the survey and go all in, or we're not. And I don't think waiting, if this sort of the other approach works, buys us, time is running out on this and we need to move.
Sarah?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in agreement with Adam. You know, I feel like we came to agreements on December 6th at our last retreat, and then COVID happened, and then we talked about it again at our retreat, and it's 9 months later, and I agree, we need to move. I guess I have a question for Jeff, is that when would the budget come back to us, and how much time is staff going to take reviewing this? Because the Economic Development Subcommittee is meeting next week, and maybe we can, you know, get that out of the way and figure out if, you know, there's a viable option there, or if we need to go full blast on this East Side plan.
We start working on the budget, you know, basically tomorrow. Rebecca will start building the final budget based on the feedback tonight. I believe it's scheduled to come back to you for adoption at the second meeting in September. So we do have a little bit of time. And obviously, this is just one small element of the budget that's potentially still in play. So I don't see having a meeting with the Economic Development Subcommittee next week as being problematic timing-wise, if that were to, you know, change things in your perspective and how we moved forward.
Can you, at the meeting on the second meeting in September, can you sort of give us like option A, option B, option C with respect to this discussion?
Option A, option B, and option C. Yes, I think there are three options that you've outlined. One is what's in the recommendation right now.
Right.
One would be to just cut the gas tax street resurfacing funding down to pay for the East Side study, and one would be to do both. So yes, we can certainly provide you those options and make sure that it's clear in how report is presented, that you have those options in front of you at budget adoption.
Yeah, it's just not clear to me right now that we can't do both. And so I mean, like you guys to, of course, spell it out for you, just outline it for us so we can make a good decision.
Sure. I mean, it's not uncommon or unprecedented for the council to have, one item like this that's still a little bit up in the air at budget adoption. And obviously this is a big one. I think everybody has. You might all want to think about it, or do a little bit more research, or have more staff discussions. Obviously, we have a subcommittee meeting next week, so I don't see this being hugely problematic for our budget adoption if the decision is made at the time the budget's adopted. Okay, because it's clear people have strong feelings, and I respect that, and we need to find if it's called a middle ground. It's called a middle ground, or it's a path forward. Laura, I apologize. Your hand has been up. You had something else you wanted to add to the conversation?
Yeah, no worries. I just wanted to make my point of view clear. I am and have been outspoken on this for a long time, making sure that, and I want to make it clear that we do right by the community with this development coming in on the east side. My point is that the path, $1.5 million is a lot of money on a budget that's not that big. And if staff is, has an approach that we can get there from here with less money, that is important to me as well. So it's about being fiscally responsible, but also meeting the needs of the community. So that's what that's my point. I don't think just because we put a smaller dollar figure next to it, it's any less important if that other approach can get us where we need to go. Yeah.
Okay, good. Adam, did you have something, or your hand just went back down again?
I just want to say I appreciate all the discussion and the various points of views, and Laura, your point of view, and Ron and Mark and Sarah on this. And so I'm looking forward to kind of what Jeff comes back with and staff comes back with in a few weeks. But I appreciate all the thoughts and the thoughtfulness that's gone into this discussion.
Jeff, anything else that we have not given you clear enough direction on that?
Through the chair?
Yeah, Mark.
Sorry, I actually tried to raise my hand that time. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking down at my notes. So go ahead.
I could tell. That's fine. Don't worry about it. I just wanted to say that I think it's important that we obviously talking about budgets, we be fiscally responsible, and if there are cheaper ways of doing stuff, we should definitely pursue it. To me, part of the value of earmarking more money on the more expensive approach, because the East Side development is so significant and so central, is something that Sarah mentioned, which is, we had a commitment and a desire to act on this almost a year ago, 9 months ago in December. Unfortunately, life intervened, and we spent 6 months basically having to deal with crisis after crisis after crisis. So in that sense, we have, sort of, quote, lost 9 months. But it wasn't us losing it. It just was life caused us to lose it. And sometimes that means you got to spend more money to play catch up. And I'm willing to do that because it is that important to the community, I think.
All right. So, Jeff, just finishing up, is there anything that we didn't give you enough clarity on or direction at this point?
So let me just run through the list really quick, just to make sure that we're on the right page and Rebecca's got the direction that she needs. We will prepare the 3 options for the gas tax, or the gas tax fund street resurfacing project in the East Side study issue that's been discussed tonight. We will include money for the holiday lighting. We will include $40,000 for Parks and Rec in the Parks and Rec budget for childcare and after school and pod learning and any other opportunities that come up to serve the community in those areas. I'm still not clear on whether or not we include the money for the survey and we conduct that in early 2021. And I was still unclear on whether or not we actually could push up the crosswalks. That's something we need Stephen to, I think, weigh in on if he's there. It seemed like maybe he was having technical problems or something.
Looks like it's back.
So I think, so Stephen, could we move those projects up? Is it a money issue, or is it just where we're at in the design bid phase?
It really is kind of where we're at in our design. I mean, we could possibly actually start construction, assuming, April, May timeframe next year. However, we're probably about 2 months, before the new fiscal year starts. So I think that's the reason why they thought let's put it at the new fiscal year.
Okay.
If it counts. Okay.
We're good. So the council could move that up, but it buys them 2 months as opposed to, it's not like it's a whole year. So we need the council to weigh in on that and the surveys, and then anything that you think that I've missed.
Anybody did Jeff hit everybody's points, Mark?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to what Jeff was saying, and two things. One is I'm happy to move the crosswalk light project up, even if it's only by a couple of months, because if we're committed to doing it, it sort of, who cares? I mean, you're either going to spend it starting in April or starting in next July. Either way, we're going to spend it more than likely. This is an important thing to do. The other thing I wanted to add that wasn't on Jeff's list, not in terms of funding, but Jeff alluded to offline discussions he was having with Rebecca about the wildfire, and the chief with the wildfire situation and the spending that is already baked in. I wouldn't mind, when we review the budget, to actually get some more visibility into that, because it is an important issue, and I want to make sure that I understand what, in fact, is the work that's going to be done with the money that's in the budget. So that's just a more, can we get some more visibility into that when it comes back?
Yeah, that'll, just so we can have some transparency on the issue, because people are going to bring it up. We want to be able to show it. Okay, clear as mud, Jeff?
I think we just need a thumbs up or thumbs down from the council on the survey, moving up.
You're right.
And moving up the crosswalks. Mark registered his point, so we just need the rest of you to do the same. Although I don't think Mark registered his position on the surveys.
He's okay. He's okay.
On the survey, I'm fine either way. It's not a ton of money, and if we think we'll get us good data, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
We'll have a strong opinion on it.
On the survey, I support doing that, because A, it is not a ton of money, and B, quite honestly, with all the stuff going on, I think it would look weird to the community if we're like, well, yeah, the 1 year we're going silent and asking your opinion of what we're doing is the year we're probably doing more for you or not for you than you've seen in the last 20 years. So I think there's value to continuing the tradition.
It could be very revealing. Yeah, I would support that too.
And I think I'm fine either on the crosswalks. I don't know what things are going to look like, but if schools are back, and it behoove us to have those crosswalks up starting sooner, or I don't think there's a problem with it.
Yeah, I agree on the cross. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I'm done.
Sarah?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Laura. I thought you were done.
Go ahead, Laura.
Yeah, I was just going to weigh in on the sidewalks.
You mean crosswalks?
Yeah, I think
sidewalks?
we could push that up, but the crosswalks. Are we talking about sidewalks or crosswalks?
Crosswalks.
Where are we?
Your voice is breaking.
Killing me.
All right. So, Jeff, I think the crosswalks are also a priority too.
Okay, then I think we've got everything we need to put the final document together for you with your 3 options on that one remaining item.
All right, great. All right, I think we've beaten this up enough tonight, huh?
I think you did good work.
Thank you. Shall we move on? Council communications and announcements, and Any other issues?
Yeah, I have about 20 minutes worth of announcements to make.
But you can give me a call tomorrow, Mark. I'm happy to listen then.
No, I have nothing to add.
We'll start with Adam.
All right, I have two quick things. One, I just want to lend my support to what Laura mentioned about the skate parks, to have the staff look into it and see what next steps are in. I've heard from some of those folks as well, and would like to also encourage that. And then the one announcement I have is, so we had at the SBWMA, we had a special board meeting last week where Atherton has requested to withdraw from the SBWMA. And so we took the vote on that. We had a large, we needed 10 or I think we had 9 out of the 11 or 12 to do it. So we had a large enough vote to do that. The cost for Atherton will be about 2.2 or 2.3 million, and that will cover all their costs for the bond fees that we have for SBWMA. Atherton was asking for 900,000. So the next step is for them to go and get approval from at least, I think, 10 out of the 12 council from the member. If Atherton's going to move forward because of the gap in terms of the funding of what they would like to pay, which is versus what we told them they need to pay. So, but that may be coming up in the next couple months because they have to do it by the end of the year to pull out of the JPA.
Sarah?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one quick announcement that today the application period opened for the San Mateo County Child Care Relief Fund. And I know that staff did a great job reaching out to all of our child care providers in San Carlos to let them know that the application period opened today. I think it will be very revealing to see how many of our child care providers apply. I'm not sure how many will actually get the grants because there's only 2 million to go around for the whole county, but definitely something for us to keep our eye on. Thank you.
Thank you. I did plug that on my Facebook page. So, Laura? Unmute yourself. You're muted, Laura.
All right. How about this? All right. So the backup battery program for PG&E power shutdowns and blackouts is now currently available through Peninsula Clean Energy. So for those people who rely on medically assisted devices and need to rely on a constant energy source, there is a program now available for Peninsula Clean Energy. I'm hopefully, Jeff, you'll talk about the climate change discussion that's scheduled later this week on Thursday evening. And I just wanted to thank all of the first responders, civil servants, and community members who have been dealing with these wildfires. Never in my life have I seen anything quite like what we've been experiencing this last week. 2 of the largest wildfires ever in California are currently burning, and just thoughts and good wishes for everybody that's in harm's way. So thank you.
Okay.
Yes,
and
thank you.
by the way, that climate meeting is Wednesday.
Thanks, Laura.
Yeah. All right, Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One quick question for Adam, and then one sort of general question for the group. Adam, you cut out a little bit, so I just wasn't clear. It sounds like there's a bid-ask spread between what SBWMA told Atherton they would have to pay and what Atherton felt that they should pay. And it was like 900,000 versus 2-point-some-odd million.
Right. So so Atherton came forward asking that they only have to pay 900 and some change. And SBWMA numbers came in for the overall bond cost. Because if you recall, I think last year we refinanced and were able to take some more bond funding. And so the cost that we set was 2.3 million. So if they want to get out of the JPA, they have to pay the 2.3 million at this point, and then get approval from 10 out of the 12 current members, including.
So in other words, they're not coming to each of the members individually to ask for forgiveness of part of the financial obligation. It's just to be allowed to exit.
Right, and the board set the 2.3 million, so that was what the board's role was, and now each 8-member agency has to approve. They need 4/5 vote basically to get it done. And Atherton, I guess they can decide now whether it's worth it for them to pay the 2.3 versus the 900 they were hoping to do, to go out on their own.
Got it. Thank you. And then the general sort of comment or thing I think for us to talk about, following up on what Laura was saying, it might be nice at the appropriate time if the council recognized in some fashion the way above the call of duty response that firefighters and other emergency workers, and for that matter, local citizens just helping out those efforts have done. So that's something I know I would love to see us do. I don't know exactly how we do that, particularly in a virtual setting, but I'll leave that up to the mayor to figure out how to do if people are interested in it.
I'd be in support of that.
Okay. All right.
Same.
I will, and the only thing I have is that Measure RR is on the November ballot. That's the 1/8 cent tax to provide a dedicated funding source for Caltrain. It was a very ugly, contentious process, but it's on the ballot, and that's probably the only important thing to say tonight about it. So,
you got a good set of letters, Ron.
What's that?
R.
Yes, I don't know how they got it. I don't know how they did that, but it is Measure RR. Okay. Any staff comments on city administrative business?
Yes, I wanted to mention that we have our first climate mitigation and adaptation planning session. It is going to be a Zoom meeting at 6:30 on Wednesday night. That's the 26th of August. And if anybody's interested, please go to the city website and look up under climate and get all the details and sign up. Thanks.
All right. And thank you for the information on that earlier today, Tara. I will be ready to kick off the meeting. All right.
No problem.
All right. If there's nothing else, we're adjourned.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. Great discussion.